across borders. For those who travel for the game, staying connected shouldn't be a challenge. Introducing Global Cell, the official telecom provider of the European Chess Union. Connectivity is just a tap away. Simple, fast, and ready wherever you are, wherever the game takes you. Global Cell's eSIM works seamlessly across Europe and beyond. No SIM swaps, no waiting. Global Cell's eSIM is quick to install and reliable every step of the way. Stay connected with players, friends, and family no matter where you are. Share your checkmates instantly with effortless connectivity. From every tournament to each new city. Stay connected as you move and prepare to win. Join the thousands who enjoy true freedom on the go. Sign up today and make Global Cell your next move. Chess connects us all, across countries, across borders. For those who travel for the game, staying connected shouldn't be a challenge. Introducing Global Cell, the official telecom provider of the European Chess Union. Connectivity is just a tap away. Simple, fast, and ready wherever you are, wherever the game takes you. Global Cell's eSIM works seamlessly across Europe and beyond. No SIM swaps, no waiting. Global Cell's eSIM is quick to install and reliable every step of the way. Stay connected with players, friends, and family no matter where you are. Share your checkmates instantly with effortless connectivity. From every tournament to each new city. Stay connected as you move and prepare to win. Join the thousands who enjoy true freedom on the go. Sign up today and make Global Cell your next move.
Hello everyone, welcome to the penultimate round of the European Individual Championship. Greetings from Petrovac. Again, with me is Sandra. Welcome, Sandra. Are you excited to see what will happen?
Yeah, I'm very excited. We will follow this round, and I'm also excited that you're back. Since last time when I was here in studio, I was with Lena. We had great time, but we missed you.
Okay, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Same here. It's a pleasure to work with you girls, but let's go to the playing hall. Let's check who is seated already. Do we have some players? Usual suspects are, I don't know, Navara. Who is coming usually?
Navara comes first to the playing.
Sometimes even Ivanchuk, maybe he's there. Who is an early comer? Maybe Cheparinov. But let's check, do we have players seated already? Okay, I see that Motilev, for example, it's our board number 9, is playing against Durabelli. They are both there. Then I see that our photo person, Mark, is in the middle of photo session.
Yes.
Do you like this equipment? It looks awesome.
Yeah, I didn't see him with all of these stuffs. Yeah, it looks very professional.
Yeah, I
I
agree.
guess we will have great photos after today's game.
I agree. I fully agree. Hopefully he will come to studio as well
Yeah.
to take some photos of us that we have for memories. So this is the entrance. Yeah, players coming. Vityugov is there. Whom else? Kovalev. Stamatis walking next to us. Nikita Petrov. Yeah, Durabelli chatting. Okay, players are entering playing hall. It's also cool to see. They are seated. Some of them they're wearing jackets. What do you think? Is it cold? So the jacket is needed, or it's some kind of regular habit after the game to be ready in the evening?
I think right now it's not needed, but after a few hours, because of air condition and these things, probably they will need. So it's kind of experience from a playing venue.
Do you like that the venue is a bit more colder, and then you have air when, for example, time trouble is approaching, but that you need to wear a jacket or think about that in advance, or you like that you can come and be in like a t-shirt and not needing anything long sleeves?
Yeah, I like to be in t-shirt and not needing anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Usually at some point I'm freezing, especially when I'm in time trouble. So probably there is also kind of, you're stressed and
Your body starts to take your temperature in a different direction. I fully
Exactly.
understand that. Yeah, but I like a little bit that it's a little bit colder. That there is enough air. But I remember some really crazy situations. For example, during Olympiad in Chennai, it was so cold that players were really complaining. I know that in UAE, I played in Dubai. It's funny, outside it's like 40 degrees Celsius, and suddenly players are in the playing hall wearing some jackets, even winter jackets.
I had same experience there.
Yeah, but okay, that's something. It's, I would say, individual. So I see some players chatting. Mamedov is our bottom left corner with Kovalev. Vocaturo is seated. Piorun Kasper. We can see them. Is board. There are board 6 and board 7. Let's go to the first board. Let's see. Is there a player there? Yes, Daniel Yufa. We will check his result a bit later. He's living. I've heard that his roommate in this event is Chigaev. They are both representing Spain, but they still haven't moved because of residence permit. They are living in Belgrade. Did you know this?
I didn't know this.
You
I
see how
didn't
many
know this.
grandmasters you have in your neighborhood.
Yeah.
So
That's nice to hear. Maybe they will stay in Belgrade, maybe not. But people who come to Belgrade, they really, it's like love on first sight, so maybe they will decide to stay in Belgrade.
Yeah, it's cool to see some known faces, some grandmasters around. We see Deak sitting. Chigaev is sitting against Hovhannisyan. That will be an interesting encounter. Maybe we can check up the fourth board when Navarra is playing against Darda. I know that I've noticed this, Sandra, that Darda has quite a few supporters in chat. People are writing, we want to see his game, so he is quite popular in the circuit. Number 5 here, Jordan van Forest is playing against Eltai Safarli. They are not present yet. Okay, the playing hall is becoming more and more crowded. I see Pretke on our right. He's playing, I think he's board number 33 or 32.
Yeah, Pretke made like 4 points out of 6. I mean, in the last 6 rounds, 4 points. His tournament, he started not so great, but then 2 draws and 4 wins, and it seems that he's
coming back.
coming back.
And we mentioned this with Lena, that this is nice behavior, that he didn't give up of the tournament. We can mention that some players actually wanted to finish this one, so maybe some known people,
Yes.
grandmasters, we can
Some
name.
of them, for example, Fresinet, and then Friedman, followed by Kadrić Denis, Korobov Anton as well.
Strong grandmasters.
Yes.
Yeah, so I understand the point. It's tough. Basically, also there are different type of angles. Maybe some angle of the organized that you don't want that behavior becomes some kind of virus that people stop playing immediately after 1 or 2 losses. But also there are arguments they're paying for themselves. Actually, that was raised by some top grandmasters in this event. And the system is cruel. You lose 1-2 games, you cannot qualify. Yeah, so I'm always more directed towards finding a right system, right concept. If players can make draws, how can you stop this? Even top players are sometimes playing Berlin, repeat the moves. So you need, I would say, somehow to encourage them to stay with the system. Now we have a nice view. We can stay with this one. So the clock
Injic
start.
still didn't.
Appear.
Yeah.
How about you? Let's say that if you're playing, Sandra, do you like to turn on, let's say arbiters sometimes say we can start a game, turn on the clocks, but there are players like me who will never do that. So I'm waiting for arbiter to do it. How about you? Do you start the clock yourself?
It depends. If I see, for example, that player just entered to a playing venue, I would not start the clock. But if I see that arbiter is somewhere there and probably it will do that at the same time when I could do, I would. So it depends. I would rather wait some time, but yeah, sometimes I start, sometimes arbiter starts the clock.
Yeah, I got your point. Magnus is sometimes always late, so he's the one who is coming late. So I don't know. I got some insight. There was a recent interview by Dmitry Drakin. He had some funny situation.
Yes, I also, if we mean about same story, about meditation before a game, a lot of actually Indian players are doing meditation while they are at the board, seated at the board before start of a round. And it happens that sometimes, some of players, they are just there and they want to shake hands, but you're never, should you do that and to interrupt him or?
Yeah, they actually, you're right, there were some situations where you were not sure if your opponent actually sees you. So you are not sure, as you mentioned, to interrupt him. I think that was the case with Drakin. And or maybe it's Aronian at some tournament when he just offered his hand, but somehow Vidit was in that meditation routine before the game, prior to the game, and this hand of Aronian stayed in the air for like
but
few more seconds.
Drakin gave in this interview information that he was at the same situation, but he didn't offer his hand, and he was waiting for his opponent
June to wake up a bit.
Yeah.
That's cool. How would you do it? Would you interrupt your opponent?
I would smile at first, you know, because I didn't get used to these things. Not like that something is wrong with this, but I would be confused what I should do. Probably I would wait for sure. I respect these things, and I would wait for them to look at me, and then I would shake hands.
Actually, that's some kind of routine. From my point of view, I would offer a hand, because immediately when I come to the board, I offer a hand for a handshake. So probably I would wait. Maybe I would say hello or hi, just a little bit louder that he spots me. But I understand the point of waiting as well.
Is meditation secret of
Indian chess players?
Yes, of their success? What do you think?
I don't know. I think it's important to have this routine. Actually, Magnus is late. Garry Kasparov was late. They wanted to avoid some noise, photo, pre-game, and some other stuff which would maybe put pressure on them. So they are a bit late, but I notice also now during a tournament in India that So Wesley was waiting, and sometimes you look a bit silly when you are sitting and there is no opponent around, and it's sort of, I would say, some like mind game, since suddenly you look smaller and your opponent looks more important. You know what I would do? I would just stood up and walk a bit. So I wouldn't be present at the board. I wouldn't wait for
That's
this mercy.
smart, probably.
Yeah, I would just fill the score sheet, or if it's rapid, if there is no opponent, I'm black. I move away, or just check other games. Or with white, I make a move and press clock and leave the board. That's what I would do. So that's some routine from my side. But as you mentioned, it's interesting how in chess, even those top players like Andrei King are mentioning this type of details. So it's not all about the moves, right?
It's not.
It's also about some kind of psychological warfare. It's not just who is playing better chess.
Same, for example, in tennis, you will see that all of them are working hard and they have a lot of a lot of people in their teams. They are having trainings from gym to other things, and there is something more you have to have, I think, to be, for example, champion or to be a winner of a tournament. So that's why I think these things like meditation and other stuff would be very important.
Yeah, I wanted to take a photo of our technician today, but somehow she put the camera on me on purpose, right?
Yeah, on purpose, of course.
Yeah, okay. So, guys, let's go back to the point. So, we have the game, first board, which is quite important. Alexander Igic is there. He's playing Nimzo Indian. He's playing against Yufa, and psychological thing. You are sitting on a huge advantage, being point up. So what do? Do you use this chance as some kind of once in a lifetime chance, and you want to become a European champion, or you wait a bit because there is no need to risk since you have many points in pockets already? I don't know. It will be very interesting. I think that Yufa is playing for equalization, so he won't risk a lot. So it's Ingic who is the one who is
it's also
deciding.
interesting that Ingic has 8 points and players like 6 players 7 points. So if Ingic makes two draw in next 2 games, he would share for sure first place, but you don't want to count on Buchholz or other
Tiebreak criteriums. I understand your point, but now Ingic has some bigger advantage because in previous time there was a tiebreak between players and they will play rapid, which is quite cruel. Suddenly you're best in classical format. I remember, for example, Ivan Sokolov has played fabulously in Budva 2010 2010 maybe or 2009. I'm not sure, maybe 2009. And he was actually winning the Swiss 11 rounds, but he was catched by the leaders. He had best tiebreak, but in the end lost, I think, to Malachov. We can maybe check who were the champions with later in the last European Championships or previous European Championships, but I recall that he was doing well and then losing tiebreak in rapid, which I think, as I mentioned, or maybe Tomaszewski was first trying to recall. Yeah, rapid is completely different story. And here Injic actually has better chances because even if he'll be catched, as you mentioned, Sandra correctly, good Buchholz, good additional criteriums, so he can he will win probably if he's sharing the spot in most likely scenario.
Did you have luck with this criteria?
Criteriums?
Yes.
Usually
I have never had luck.
Usually I'm quite unlucky with that, and actually I don't want to follow a lot. I'm just waiting for the final result. I remember, for example, Petrovac Cup. Once we were first, then we were playing in Austria, and there was Sonneborn, Buchholz, and we were calculating, and we lost, I think, to Hungary for like 0 point something ridiculously low, or let's say 3 points, 2 points. Basically, it's always a funny situation. I told you in the last round, when there is this Buchholz thing, suddenly people realize that board number of 57 is deciding if one wins, then this guy is becoming a champion, especially in team events. And if opponents makes a draw, then other one. And suddenly people come there to that board. Players who are playing, they don't know that they are deciding about the championship, and suddenly you have photos, cameras, people coming there, putting pressure, and you are deciding about the final outcome of the championship.
Yes, it happens a lot.
It was,
right.
I think, in Budva, last European teams, when Serbia was sharing place with Germany, if I'm not mistaken, and last round some Turkey match was deciding, and that's thing actually I like. But I need to get this information that someone is calculating, then on that board we are getting important game. That's something which happens. So maybe we can go one by one. Let's go from the first camera, full screen. This is bird view. So first board, who is that? Sargsyan, maybe? Our bottom left, I would bet.
Can you
him.
recognize?
Yeah, I think it's Sargsyan. Yeah, very strong player. I played against him only once. I made a draw, but I sense that he's super strong. So Injic is seated. He has this. I was sometimes having this, this pose that I was like going to fall asleep, just to show that I'm not like stressed. I don't care about the result, but of course I was burning.
Of course.
Inside myself. Ufa is very stable, and we will have massive liquidation. I think this game will end up in a draw, which is understandable, but that's my prediction now. I'm not, of course, 100% sure. Let's move on. Next board. Frederick was extremely nervous yesterday. So he came to our studio. He said, he was, I think, like for 1, 2, 3, 5 minutes, he couldn't compose himself. He has said it was very tough game, and I couldn't calculate everything. I'm so happy that I won it. So what do you think? They're playing this boring opening from your side. Maybe you should give a chance to that opening. Come on, be gentle.
I will think about it, but I don't promise. But I will think about it.
Anything in chat? That people are happy that you are back? Probably. Not yet.
Not yet. Not yet. There is a chief arbiter in the blue jacket, and
yeah, not much is happening at the moment. We have usual subscribers. Let's move on to our board
Here is
number
Ivan
3.
Ivanišević.
Yes.
He's going to smoke break.
Okay, I don't know if we should reveal this. His wife knows that he's smoking.
Yes.
Okay.
I would never say if it's opposite.
Yeah. Okay. Let's check what's going on here. Let's stay for a while. So I told you guys that when Vasily Ivanchuk was present at one wedding, they not noticed him in Ukraine. It was some hotel, and the couple invited him to say a few words, and he said, "Marriage is like playing poison pawn, neither Sicilian," and that was it from his side. So Queen is on B2. That reminds me of that. Elena immediately agreed that she took the pawn, and now she's trying to come back with the queen, stay with a healthy pawn up. We will see what will happen. They just started the game. I'm already like in some queenless middle game, heading towards the end game. While Lena just took her pawn on B2, opponent's pawn on B2. I don't know, is it opponent, but we will see.
I don't like to take this pawn on B2.
You don't like to play this game at all.
Yes, that's true.
Okay, we don't know yet which pawn will Sandra take in her life, but we know that Chigaev took on B2. And yeah, okay, some pieces are missing, but this game we will follow. It looks crazy, so we will come back to that board very soon. Maybe this marriage will be over immediately, we won't know it. Let's check how Darda is doing against David. Similar colors, accreditations on their neck.
Took on E3 with the rook. We were talking about this, when you should take with the pawn and when with the rook.
Yeah, usually it's better to take with the rook, but there is also a variation when you take with the pawn. I think also it depends if you have H3 pawn or not. So it's up to you. Yeah, I've been to playing hall. I like how accreditations are made. Also, players' cards. Probably it's very hard to prepare all this, to arrange for arbiters before each round, but they are really nice. I love those players' cards at the boards. How
Yeah,
about
it's
you?
nice to see, but still, I know, I mean, I'm an arbiter. It's not so easy to put all of these cards because there are a lot of players and you have to do that for all boards, and then, you know, it's mess and you need like 2 hours to do this, but still, I mean, the most important thing is that it looks nice, it helps players to find where is their board unless it's in first, for example, 20.
Okay, I agree. You can see them, guys, on our top camera angle. There is a flag, some name, rating, I guess. It's very cool. So I like it a lot. Okay, a little bit more work for arbiters, but it's nice for viewers. So let's move on to the 5th board. Yeah, Jordan is sitting there with Safarli. Safarli is a very tricky player. He's one of the trickiest in this tournament. He can bluff, he can be tricky in time trouble, but of course Jordan is a favorite. How about his rating? How is he doing?
Jordan, he's doing okay. He has 6.5 points and he is in -2
Normal
rating points,
result.
which we don't even count. He made 3.5 points out of 4 in last 4 rounds, which looks pretty much optimistic for Jordan. We will see what will happen. What will happen today against Safarli? Let's see how he is doing. He is in some small +6 points, and yeah, it seems they have just tournament. Still, I'm not sure what will happen till the end, so we don't know if they will be satisfied or not. Probably one of these two will be satisfied, unless it's a draw, then I don't know, maybe both of them will not be satisfied. I don't know what draw would bring to them, but
Yeah, at the moment
with the win there is a
it's
big
quite
chance.
normal.
Yeah.
I think we can also tell to viewers about who is in a big plus in rating, who is gaining, who is losing.
Injic is gaining a lot of ELO points, a lot of. When I say a lot of, he is 2,623, so when he takes 26 ELO, rating points, it's a lot. But, okay, so Injic, then we have Chigai with 18.5 rating points plus.
Darda, I see Darda with
Darda.
20, he's on 4th place in the,
Yes,
in the
I
standings.
skipped him. Darda has 20 plus rating points. Then Samunenko, yes, he's 16, almost 17 rating points, 26 points. Gasparian, he's under 18, Armenian chess player. Let's check who else has.
Big gain. I
big
see
gain.
Georgian player. Yeah.
Tutisani, yes.
Yeah. 17 in plus.
17 plus. And there is
Austrian player FM Dotzer. He's 17 in plus.
yes, followed by Lavrenic Matis, who is under 18, Slovenian chess player. He is 50 rating points plus, which is very good. We have Hulka Valentin from Ukraine, 48.
Perfect. Yeah.
Yes,
Good
plus. Good job. Then Kuro Attila, we mentioned him a lot of times here. He's 58 plus points.
Pogorelski.
Pogorles? Yes. Okay, so she lost last 2 games. Still, she has 57 plus rating points, and it's not easy when doesn't matter. She was doing great, but then you lose 2 games in a row, and then you start to wonder what will happen with your tournament. Sometimes you don't want to ruin this tournament. There are 2 more rounds. She took, of course, we mentioned this Women's Grandmaster norm. Not sure still what is happening later. We will talk about norms, but she is doing great so far. So almost 60 rating points plus.
So she will jump to which rating? So she's now.
She will jump to 2,300 and something. Yes.
Yeah, 2,300. Great result for Sofia.
Yes.
She will be FM.
But player, actually, girl who took the most rating points here is Kochavi Dana from Israel. She is under 18 years old, and she took 139 rating points.
Kudos for that. Can we check against whom? For example, is there any IM or GM? She scored some points.
Yesterday she played against IM from Germany. Sorry, that's today. Yesterday I know that it was IM player. He is 2,461 from England. She made a draw. She had few IMs, yes.
Yeah.
And she had also Grandmaster Dudin. She lost this game.
Winning against Portugal player, 2,400. Then scoring draws against 2,400 as well. Very good. Yeah, great kudos to her. Really, respect. And how about losers? Who is losing? I would say the most from top.
From top players, let's check.
So we have. I spotted Fressinet. Ivanchuk is dropping 12 points. Then we have, Sunil Manli 10. Rostein is dropping 11 points. Do you see someone else? Jobava minus 10.
Yes, Pretke is minus 18 rating points, but with 4 out of 6 in last 6 rounds, so probably, you know, he just gained in meantime some points, so his minus is not big,
So
as it was, exactly.
We forgot to mention that plus from Turkey, Karaca Yigit is gaining 170 points, which is really ridiculous that you are playing against these underrated opponents. So his strength is like 2300, and somehow you're seated against him and he has 2000. Regarding Pretke, I think that Andreikin, just to remind the viewers, Andreikin was playing for, was it the Turkish Airlines? Yes, he played for Turkish Airlines and he scored this win against Gukesh. I believe that you mentioned to our viewers that, of course, we are on the eve of the World Championship match, so Gukesh looked really like strong, and that there is no chance that he will lose a game the way how he played in the Olympiad. But suddenly Andreikin scored a really huge win, and after that he lost 3 games in a row. So he mentioned that this type of games that somehow they drain you. You burn a lot of energy, and he mentioned Pretke.
Yes, Pretke had a similar case. He played on European Championship against Rigassi. A very tough game. He made a draw. He played brilliant game, but probably he spent so much energy into this game to make a draw against against a player who is so strong. So after that, he made he lost 2 games in a row, which is not so strange.
Yeah, Arjun is really like some kind of new force, 2800 player in chess, and when you see him at the board, the way how he plays moves, it's really tough, especially being black. So kudos to Pretke to be able to stop that type of player who is just winning one by one games. As you mentioned, burned a lot of energy, and maybe he's also suffering in this event. I know it's a bit strange that we are concluding that one game can make you feel tired, but the thing is that it really, I think he did what he could. He just left everything at that game, so I'm not surprised. And suddenly you have those underrated players, and you need to push and win. So yeah, that was actually mentioned by Andreikin, which is a cool insight from top players. Top player, so we can see that players in the playing court are seated. It's quite crowded at the moment. Players are there. I see with Hugo walking. Many players are basically seated, so maybe it's a moment that we get a board. Anything in chat?
Someone said that already there is interesting game, Medov's game. We can check this game, what is happening there.
I would start one by one.
But we can also start one by one.
Yeah, let's check Injic. So here I'm quite surprised that Injic didn't want to exchange the queens, which seems that either he wants play for a win, which is cool, and we support this. But maybe also he thinks that he can, I don't know if he exchanged the queens too early, maybe black is having a good game, so he didn't want to step back, thinking that he can play a normal game, even if he wants to make a draw. So bc5, small plus for white. We will see what will happen. Then we can switch to Svane against Deak. Yeah, knight f1 played. Svane is trying to get Deak out of the book, but normal position. Not a cup of tea of our dear Sandra, right?
Right.
But what to do from time to time, you will need to follow this one as well. So
That's
it's
true.
not that we always have some interesting games, but usually in Italian game, at some stage it starts to become more and more interesting. Have you played it as a kid?
Yes, I did as a
And what
kid.
was the turning point that you stopped playing this e5 stuff? Or with
To
white?
be honest, I don't remember. Is
Strange,
that on
I'm
purpose or it's
surprised.
not? Maybe I just wanted to forget these moments when I played actually this period. Well, but I was actually doing good in my early ages of chess, playing chess. I don't know what was the reason. Really, I don't remember anything concrete about that. I just started suddenly to play d4 and
I will tell you the story of Aronian. So he said that I can flip board. So he said that he was playing e4, e5 as a kid, same here, and his main repertoire was Marshall Gambit. I'm also giving sometimes tips about how to enter this stuff because somehow for amateurs here usually they tend to play b5 and then after bishop b3, bishop e7. But the theory, and this is the way I'm always trying to memorize things through tips. So it's very important that you connect it with something you can understand and then easier to remember. So the point is that you play b5, try to remember this if you are like a novice, only when white protects the pawn on e4. So first you go bishop e7 and after rook e1, now is the moment to play b5. Because if you play b5 immediately, then after bishop b3, there are some ideas with knight g5, d4 and so on. So first you go bishop e7 and after rook e1, now it's a moment because he defends and threatens to take e5 because whole concept from the beginning is that if you take on c6, I'm on time to get back pawn. So this is the concept. So when white has protected it with the rook e1, now it's a moment to push b5. And after bishop b3, castles. Now there are two moves, c3 and d3 and other moves, h3. But on c3, I recall what Aronian has said, same here. So I love it, this Marshall Gambit, which goes this way. Everyone knows this.
even I know.
Yeah, as I said, everyone. Yeah, so I don't know. Now there are several ways how you proceed. I don't know, or there are also some other stuff as well. I don't know this type of positions. So rook a8, knight d2, or stuff, rook e6, and so on and so on. And somehow, as an e4 player, e5 player, where white is having initiative, you become attracted about this. I can sacrifice this, I can attack. And this is very cool, you want to play it. Also, I played as a kid, I played here bishop d6, hang on, I played knight f6, which was played in Capablanca. Was it Capablanca against Marshall? I think so. Where Marshall has invented this line, I think it was in New York, and then goes d4, bishop d6, rook e1, and there is stuff like knight g4, a3, queen h4, queen f3, if I'm not mistaken, and now there are tricks, let's say bishop h2, king f1. I know that once I gave this trick, knight f2. So knight f2 doesn't work because of queen f7, rook f7, and check. And I recall that I got tricked my opponent. Hang on, I play like this. He took, I played this, bishop h2, and he was so happy that after rook, king f1, bishop g3, he took on f7. But then I needed, for the first time in my life, I needed to say check. I never saying check, of course, we are not patzers. But this is the first time in my life that during some youth championship I said check. And then he resigned.
Did he fell from chair?
Yeah, he resigned immediately. So these are like tricks when I became a Croatian champion under something 11, I don't recall, but I gave this check. Here, there is also trick, let's say, castles, bishop b7, rook e1. Now we know that b5 is only played after rook e1. C3, castles, c3, d5, that Nigel Short sometimes was telling this trick in the bullet chess, that he plays e4, which is actually not so dubious line, because some people are pre-moving knight e5 in rapid, and you might get or in blitz, a bullet, you might get a free knight. So, because people expect and immediately play knight e5, so you can play this trick from time to time if if you sense that players are pre-moving. So, what was actually the concept of Aronian? I said I would come into this position, and then I would pray to God that c3 happens, because he didn't know anything besides it. Same goes here. So I was sitting there. I would make some moves. I know some analysis. I know some tricks, anti-martial, but I don't know. I don't understand positions besides this super forcing and attacking stuff. So I would like sort of pray, and if c3
but
happens,
look relaxed,
yes. If c3 happens, yes. But mostly I will get a4, which was really tough. I don't know, should I take? Then I have an issue. If I play rook b8, suddenly he's getting an open file. If I push b4, he's getting the square, or push a5. So I was so annoyed because I couldn't grasp all those positions. But same came from Aronian, so I was quite happy to have the similar experience. So coming back to those positions, Italian is something you start to learn. I was also not happy with the lines. For example, Chigaev played against Van Forest yesterday, for example, this type of stuff. Yeah, and always white is the one having initiative. So usually I don't suggest this to my students who are like newcomers. I always suggest that c4, c6 is probably the best opening for like completely newcomers, because you have normal way to come out with your pieces, and second is Sicilian. And also it's sometimes possible some modern. These are three openings I suggest to like complete beginners. c6 is high on my list. Okay, so e5 I don't suggest, because white is always the one who is asking questions. Also Italian, usually you are pressing a bit more. Okay, this is some advice from my side to beginners.
Thank you.
But you are not the one beginner, come on.
But
you will use this, yes, I know. So Sandra is very known, I would say, not very known, but you are known that you are also giving some lessons and so on, that students are quite happy. So I believe that it's very important that you collect. How do you collect some material? Are you reading some books? Are you reading some magazines? Are you seeing some game? Then you make a screenshot. I might use this for my students. How do you collect some material? Or you have your own system already?
About seeing good games, I always collect them in one folder, as well as my father. He has even more folders with great games from tournaments in last 1 year, 2 years, and also before that, but that's how we are collecting. About material, it depends. I'm using some books, but also I'm using Chessable and some books which I have on my computer. So it depends. I'm mixing all of these things, but I'm making a lot of different folders, and it depends what I want to work with my students. I use that.
Yeah, my point was that it's very important to give some material as well. So basically, people are acting either as players, so you just follow what you need for your repertoire, for yourself. But if you are also a lecturer and coach like you are, then you also try to find material which probably is not good enough for you, but would be interesting for your students. You mentioned that you have beginners, but also a little bit advanced beginners. So this type of things, I think, is useful.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so knight f1 played. Now this move took Deac off guard, so he's thinking a bit. Let's check the next board. Unfortunately, our technician didn't offer us a view from the games, but from the cameras. He likes to stay focused on us, which is also
obviously.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, now we have cameras as well. So this is board number 1. Board number 2 is still in some kind of just starting phase, although Deac is focused and Deac is coughing. Are you surprised?
I'm not surprised at all. I'm wondering how is to all of those players who are playing somewhere close to him.
Yeah, I feel also bad and pity because, yeah, when you are there, you want to be focused. You want to have conditions to think, because if your brain start to focus on other things. But I think now that he's surprised, so he's a little bit nervous, a little bit more maybe than he would be the one who will get his opponent out of the book. So I think this is the reason why he's coughing a bit more. Yeah, what to do? Let's move on. David Navarra against Darda, another this type of. Okay, sorry, I forgot about Chigayo. Let's stay here for a while. That's a good game. Oh, I analyzed this heavily, this type of stuff, in some other versions as well, in English opening, but also in this line, this King E7. It's very sharp. Bishop G5. Chigayev looks to me as super prepared, which is a cool feeling. I would say at some stage, let's say, I don't know, let's say 15 years ago, I was considering Croatia probably top 2, maybe top 3. I don't know. Some players were saying that I was the most prepared player in Croatia. That means like working really a lot. But the feeling when you just open your laptop and you just decide, this line, I have novelty there, I have improvement there, it's a good feeling.
I guess.
Yeah, I don't know, for your level you might be the same. So yeah, it's quite cool to have many weapons, and you know, somehow this PR becomes more and more stronger, and people tend to say, "Oh, he's very well prepared. He's prepared, really, yeah. He's the one to avoid theory. Don't go to theory, because suddenly your image is maybe even better than in reality. But it's cool to be in that role." So at some stage, of course, Garry Kasparov was the one. Then I don't know, maybe who was one of the best theoreticians. I named
Chaparino, maybe?
Yeah, exactly. Topalov.
Topalov,
sure.
okay. They are somehow connected to me together because...
Exactly, that was super strong. Vichy Anand, of course. Then some German players like Kasimdzhanov. I know P.H. Nielsen, Gustafsson. They were like top theoreticians. Luke Van Velde, greatest to look. He was at some stage like super prepared. And some youngsters, I mentioned Markus Rager, then Borki Predojevic. They were all like super prepared. And somehow you have a feeling that you will trick them somewhere, and suddenly they just play.
It doesn't happen, yes.
Yeah, they just play.
I mean,
some
very
improvement.
rare probably, even if it happens sometimes.
Okay, so this resembles some Kalashnikov or Laburdeo on Sicilian, some others as well. So it was super forcing, not super forcing, but it was super sharp from the beginning. Queen B2, start of interesting marriage episode. Knight E5, and usually those like super sharp like positions in the opening in a hand of strong players, somehow they become much simple than you would expect. So Knight C5, actually heading towards the end game, but it seems to me that Chigayev has really played very well in the opening. Maybe you could check later what's going on in that line about the opening theory. Was this played before or not? We can go full screen if we have this possibility of this board. I want to sense it a bit. So let's find board number 3, sorry. So while Sandra is preparing our position, we will check. So it seems to me that Chigayev is quite relaxed. And Hovhannisyan is thinking, is there anything around? Yeah, queen c5 or not queen c5. Yeah, how about you? What do you think, Sandra? Who is more
I'm
happy
thinking
with
which position I would prefer to play. I know nothing about this concrete position. I mean, I never analyzed. I'm not sure if they are still in their analysis. What do you think?
I think they are.
They are. So
Yeah.
he's thinking about what? I don't understand. He knows then, should he take with the queen or
no,
with the
but you
pawn?
know that sometimes it happens. You know how I'm doing from time to time. So I come to the board with two options. So I come to the board with, I don't know, I have two options. I can play one line and I can play second line. So this one is more challenging. Okay, so this game, this opening was played already. We can get the board back. Around here, I think. So in this position,
Almost all results is white won a game. From this we have, and just two drawn games.
Pehac was playing this line, although some people pronounce him Pechach, but I think the point is that in Czech and Czech Republic, CH is pronounced edge, so it should be Pehac, and probably on the last
Schneider.
C there is some apostrophe sign. So it's Pehac. He was playing this line with white. Some, not so, I would say, line popular. Rasulov was playing with white, but you never know. If I would need to dig some kind of second, of course, then of course I would also check engine games. So you never know how some opening is developed a lot. So basically my point was that this position, sometimes you come to the board and you cannot decide before the board. You know, sometimes I come and I would say, I will sense from my opponent behavior, so I cannot make a decision before the game because one is going to position where I will suffer, but in slightly worse position, holdable. Other would be that I'm playing much more entertaining position, but it's very sharp. And actually, it's hard for me to decide before the game. So I come to the board, I know some lines, and then I'm deciding about his behavior, about his body language, about how much time he's spending on his clock, which
I understand this. I understand this. I just thought that this position, it looks to me that one move would be probably good for black, but the other one probably would lead to that's my impression. It's not like it will be equal after dc5 and it will be equal after queen c5. I have the impression that it's a bit there is a difference between these two lines.
Yeah, so I would say that one line, for example, leads to a better position in terms of material, but you're under heavy fire. Your king is poorly placed, you don't have coordination between rooks, which is quite unpleasant. Some Ivanchuk doesn't mind. He played this type of position with black anyway. So for him it's okay. For some player would feel unpleasant. And then maybe you have an option to take with the queen. Okay, this position, and then I don't know, maybe you're suffering here. A little bit different, but it's a rook's endgame and so on. So it's up to you. And as I said, sometimes I cannot make a decision before the game. So I don't believe that he's out of the book, but it's possible. Since I completely changed my mind in the last few years, the level of preparation, how many lines those players know, it's really crazy. Since I told you, I think I'm having a good memory, but those guys are having even better. So these days I tend to believe that they know everything, because it's quite crazy.
Me too.
Okay, let's check.
Did white surprise maybe black with knight c5? I didn't see if
Okay, he was spending some time, but it's like first option of engine, maybe f6 was also coming, so I really don't know. Long term, I said this is risky for black, but you know what is the problem? The problem is engine. Engine gives you 0.20 for white, and you know that you're very close to complete equality. And how not to try that one? Instead, you can play 0.60, some King's Indian or whatever, and suddenly, or Sicilian, you will need to play like 10 precise moves. You're risking a lot, and here engine says it's very close to equal. But this very close, sometimes when you start playing a game and you realize
Suddenly you
how
realize
tough
how tough is to play that kind of
But
position.
engine, you have this approval from engine who says it's holdable. Yes, and some people cannot resist this, and they adjusted their repertoire towards that because they are thinking, I will find a way in the game. And it's very good for white because white is not risking anything. He can pose some questions, and if opponent doesn't react perfectly, he can press forever. So let's check the next board. David Navarra, he was moving around. Let's see how Jordan is doing against Saffarli. Jordan has one big strength, is that he can play e4 and d4 equally.
That is
It's
that
a
is
huge
big
advantage.
strength, yeah.
And then also he can, sometimes there are players, okay, I play e4, but when I play d4, I'm playing slowly. For example, Ivan Šarić, he plays e4, but he wants to play, to avoid some e4 theory, he plays knight f3 and stuff. So he's not dangerous, fully dangerous there with d4 or knight f3, he just wants to avoid opponent's prep. But there are some players who can be dangerous equally with d4 and e4, and that's a bit tricky to handle. I think in general that it's much harder to find a repertoire for black against d4. I don't know how about you. Do you sense that maybe against e4 it's easier to come out of the opening than d4? What would you say?
For me, it's hard to play as black. Doesn't matter if it's e4, d4, c4. Somehow I find much more harder to play as black, and I think my result is also much worse playing as black than as white. Against e4, I have more options. So I mentioned Caro-Kann, Sicilian defense, French defense, so I also used to play and I can prepare whenever I want. If I see a few concrete variations that my opponent plays, knight c3, knight d2, doesn't matter. I can go very fast through variations and to remind myself. It depends in which kind of mood I'm that day. D4, these days I find more, as you said, more unpleasant, but I cannot say concrete answer why, to be honest. I used to play Volga, Benko, yes, and whole my life I was sacrificing that pawn and I was trying to take pawn back, and it worked actually. I had a good sense, I would say, for these kind of positions, but suddenly, you know, theory changed. Players, they started to work a lot. They come over the board, they play very forced variations, they play a-tempo moves, a4 and other variations, and I'm in trouble. And then I'm sitting there for 6 hours trying to take back a pawn, actually, not to try to find any compensation. So I stopped. Sometimes in blitz and rapid games I still play, but not so often.
Got it. No, with d4 it's quite harder to find what to play. Somehow with e4 you can prepare, you find some opening, and you are immediately executing this type of preparation. While with d4 he suddenly can move around a bit, avoid, and the problem with d4 that actually there are some openings when you are black. Okay, Volga and Benko is not the same, but let's say some others like Queen's Gambit or Slav Defense, and suddenly you're playing against a player who doesn't know the theory, makes a mistake, sort of, not mistake, let's say unsound move in the opening. So instead of main move, he plays some a3, rook b1, h3, something which is actually, it doesn't belong to this opening, and suddenly from 0.4 evaluation, he drops to 0.25. You cannot punish. That's sometimes issue. And with e4 openings, usually if your opponent gives you a chance with some dubious move, some mistake in the opening, naturally you are starting to come out with your pieces and get an initiative. So with d4, actually d4, it's much harder to handle because it's a bit more static and it's tougher to prepare. You need sometimes just to play normal moves, to play chess, so you cannot punish. From my point of view, it's much harder to find a recipe for against d4. And long term, people are changing the lines, while with e4 you're just maybe adjusting a bit. You have your direction and then you're adjusting lines. But with e4 people are switching, abandoning. So I think it's also quite common. Maybe it's a moment. You want to say something?
Yes, I wanted to say I'm curious to see Van Forest game because I saw that there is h4 move, and I prepared something. So later or now we can go and to see what happened
sure.
with
Why
this
not?
setup.
Why not?
Pushing this h4
Let's
later.
check.
I think at some point I.
How about photos during tournament? Do you like to check, for example, our official photographer Mark's photos?
I always like Mark's photos to check. Yeah, he's doing a great job, and nowadays
He visited us in the studio. Greetings to
Yes.
Mark. Everyone likes to see him around.
Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, thank you
for
for
great
that.
photos
Yeah,
and-
I would also like to have some for my memory, for my like private database or base. So let's check what's going on. You mentioned this h4. So Jordan is a player. Actually, I think h4 he already played. He already played. I'm trying to recall the event. I think it was last year Club Cup, but he played h4. We can check that game later. I think it will be a reference game for us, Sandra. I think it was Club Cup last year. He played for Super Chess, and h4 was played maybe before d takes c4. It was the game. I will tell you the game. It was game Farm Forest against Krivoruchko. I think Jordan had won that game. You can check it, last Club Cup. So I'm not surprised that he likes to play this type of move. So h4. You can put it in Google even. Just put Krivoruchko, Farm Forest Krivoruchko. Maybe we can go full screen to see them how they are doing. You can see them on the left.
Yeah, Jordan is thinking about position.
Is he happy?
He doesn't look happy, but he doesn't look sad. So it's just his typical face over the board. I cannot recognize if I'm. His time is he has also better time, but okay, that maybe doesn't mean a lot at this concrete points of the game. As we said, sometimes even there are a lot of prepared grade. They will take some time either to choose which variation to play at concrete moment, or maybe to go with their preparation. Now we can take a look. We are taking a look on first four boards. Indic is over the board, which is strange. I always say he's walking almost non-stop, but not because he's nervous. It's just the way of his attitude and how he's doing while he's playing. I'm sure he's thinking a lot about his position, even while he's walking and looking at other positions. Duda is also, yeah, both of them are on the first board.
Yeah.
We can see
People are sometimes executing moves faster, sometimes slower, and I think I have found the game. So we will tell the viewers what was happening in that game.
Yeah, it was h4 at the same moment
Okay.
of the game.
Thanks, Sandra, for finding that so quickly.
You're
Thanks a
welcome
lot.
always.
Thanks
always.
a lot. Sometimes I'm so happy. Without you, I don't know how would I make it to have this super fast
That's
info.
why I'm always here.
Okay, let's get back the board. Let's check what has happened. So h4 was played.
I didn't mean about h4 at this moment. I thought, I know when there is bishop on b4 and knight on c3 and some a3s, and later on h4. But okay, I mean...
Okay, so how the game went?
It
so
was h4,
and then
c5, and...
okay, so what we need to take into consideration that this time for sure Safarli is not surprised. He has checked his game. Also, I've noticed that yesterday during analysis of Chigaev versus Jordan, that Chigaev was mentioned, but you played this game on chess.com, at Titles Tuesday.
They're checking everything.
So how about you? Do you hide your nickname sometimes if you're playing or like online chess?
No, in chess I don't hide anything.
In life you hide.
Well, sometimes. But my chess account is under my name. I don't have two chess accounts. Chess.com, same thing. So everything is open. They can prepare, but okay, I will always also try to prepare. And also, the point is that, for example, if you play blitz game, rapid game, something on these platforms, you would not always go with your main variations. So, which can sometimes also confuse your opponents, or they will need more time to prepare or unnecessarily also to go through some variations.
To direct them wrongly, I recall that, for example, Ivan Šarić is saying that online usually he doesn't play his main repertoire, except against French defense, I don't know, some Pierce defense, maybe Philidor, he considered, or Scandinavian, he considered those openings dubious. And actually once he was caught by Stevic that he checked his games and then execute perfectly what Šarić was have missed in his game on chess.com. Okay, so you need to have some type of approach. So your approach is to have things open. Same goes with me. I'm having like opened account, Grandmaster Jankovic, so people can check. I don't mind, but as you mentioned, sometimes I'm playing so many stuff, so if they want to check everything, good luck with that. Yeah, so h6, h4 was played, and I recall that Ivan Sokolov had told me that Jordan played this h4 against Krivoruchko, which was a cool idea, and actually this line he asked what is like a natural reaction, where we are first time you are seeing this move, then this c5 came as a natural reaction from his opponent, but knight c6 is something what you do when you are prepared. Since I think after c5 you already are jumping to +1 at some stage. I think it went, he exchanged the queens, Krivoruchko, I think, and then play bishop c5, where soon you're coming to +1. And actually, I think the game went that way, unless you closed.
No, it was. C5, yes.
Yeah.
C5, d5,
Yeah.
queen d1, rook d1,
And
bishop
knight
c5.
e5, I guess.
And, sorry, let's, yeah,
Knight
and knight
e5.
e5, knight c6.
Yeah, and already white was much better. So here, instead of c5, knight c6 was played, and knight a3 came as a move. So they are both very well prepared. Can you check Safarli's peak rating, please?
Yes.
Sandra, I would say it was 2670 or something. I was joking with Mamedyarov. I was saying, Safarli, you were 2650, and Mamedyarov was showing up, go up. So I don't know, I would say 2680.
We will check now.
Maybe even more, but 2680, I would say. Oh!
2694.
So
In October, so it was,
Shaq was right. He was showing go up, boy. Usually I'm quite good there, but yeah, somehow Elta is a long seated on 25-90, 26-10, so he lost his rating, but at his peak he was super strong.
In 2016, yes. 2016.
World number 46, which is really huge.
He missed just 6 points to have 2,700, yeah, big kill.
Maybe we can say more also, Sandra, about current situation in chess world regarding players who are playing here. Maybe 2,700 live list can help us. Actually, the strongest player in this tournament is Fedoseev, but he dropped some rating. He's currently number 28 in the world.
Yes, we have Deak. He's currently 35th.
Yeah, climbing
he
5 spots up.
Earned some rating points.
Jordan
Yes.
dropped some points, or let's say he moved down from place number 41 to 44. Who else is present here?
Šarić Ivan, I see, 57 on current list.
Okay, he's improving a bit.
Yes. Svane Fredrik.
Svane Fredrik
He's
is
improving
a lot.
A lot.
14 spots, yeah.
Yes, Navara David minus 6
spots.
Yes.
Okay, some players around. Who else is playing in this event? Varmedar Max climbing 3 spots from 77 to 74. Martirosyan dropped at 18 spots, so going down to world number 70.
And Injic is there.
Yeah, so Injic entered for the first time, maybe, or I don't know, probably not for the first time, but maybe, yeah, his career high was something right here, a little bit less, I guess.
Followed by Bakro, yes.
Yeah, so they're all here. So Injic is climbing 42 spots, so he's now on world number 83, which is great. We see some other names here. But let's get back to the board. Let's back to what has happened here. We have this typical stuff where white is trying to... Actually, white is not threatening to push immediately, but he's trying to bring his pieces on the right spots, like that there is some energy that coming that you are afraid with black, while black is saying, come, I'm waiting for you. So it's some kind of psychological warfare at the moment.
You prefer to play this as white,
Yeah,
yes?
yeah, you already know my
You
character.
see?
Yeah, I'm impressed. Yesterday I impressed Lena for the first time during this commentary. Maybe tomorrow I will do if she will do this work as a commentator. So yeah, it's nice to impress people. Okay, let's move on with other games. So just to check Injic, we have some things already defined. White is slightly better, but I don't believe that it's anything tangible, although black is probably fine, but white is not risking much. Frederick Svane, okay.
Someone from chat asks that they didn't see Borki Predovic here, and why doesn't he play? He was our guest few times here. He's right now coach, yes?
Yeah, as mentioned, Attila Kuru mentioned that he worked with Borki. I was saying this some times before, that he was like top Bosnian player. He was 2660 or something like that. Borki played for Boston Chess Club, which was very successful. Garry Kasparov was playing for that club. Morozevic, Svidler, Shirov, a lot of players. They won 3 European Club Cups, and some other players like Kozhul, Ivan Sokolov. And Borki was there like some future star, playing in those Sarajevo round robins, which were really, really strong. I told you that when I took my final GM norm in Sarajevo, it was B tournament with 10 players, and Magnus was playing in A. Borki, Magnus, Malachov, Nisipianu, Najdic. So it was round robin of 6 players, while I was playing in B tournament, winning that tournament and winning last GM norm. So it was cool to be at the same stage with Magnus, very young at that time. It was 2006. He was 16 years old, not yet maybe, but he was already 2700 player. And Borky got this experience of playing those type of events with those heavy guns, but usually not losing. But I think his problem is that when you start playing against that type of players, 2700, 2650, draw is also a good result. It's a very good result. And suddenly you get focused on that, not to lose, because they are really, really strong. Movsesian was playing and some others. And somehow Borky lost, I think, his sharpness. He was very good. He was playing top boards for Bosnia and Herzegovina as well, and some Olympiads. And suddenly he lost, I would say, his sharpness and become a little bit more solid player. And I think that that become a little bit tricky for him because his style a bit changed. He became more positional, like Deak. Here, and long term he was not ready to break through even more, but fantastic player. And Borky knows everything about chess, classics, endgames, tactics. When you speak with him about some positions, suddenly you have a feeling that you're speaking about 2750 player. He knows everything, but he was, I don't know, stopped at 2650. So that means that to be able to break through, you also need to have those courage, motivation, stamina to play all the games for win. I think Adrenkis mentioned this regarding Arjun, that he just wants to play, he sacrifices, he bluffs. So I think that was missing in Borky's play, but in terms of knowledge, he's fabulous and he's ready to transfer this knowledge to others. So that's why I think he's very successful as a coach. Working with young stars from Turkey like Attila Kuru, then working with Austrian players where they always have good positions in the opening. Guys, you can trust me, it's not easy to outplay them. So Borky is very...
So he's doing great,
He's doing a great job, yeah. So as a player, he had some limits, but as a coach, I think he's very, very good.
We have some greetings from Switzerland, Amsterdam. Thank you guys.
Have you been to Switzerland?
Yes.
Okay. Have you been to Amsterdam?
Not. I didn't.
Neither. Me neither, only at the airport.
But I would like. Lena was there, I know that, with her friends. She's not here, so maybe tomorrow she can say more about her trip, but I wasn't there. You neither, so...
Okay. That was actually, it's a little bit pity that I haven't been to Netherlands, to Holland, but I'm a big admirer of their chess history. At some stage, I would say that they were like the main country in Europe, maybe in the world, with the world champion and world championship matches. And yeah, somehow I miss those tournaments to follow, to come. I will see what I can do, but they're on my bucket list. These countries, so I would love to visit. My friend Ivan Sokolov was living there. He was inviting me from time to time, but unfortunately I couldn't go. I was even planning to go to New Year's Eve last year with my wife, but somehow it didn't happen. So yeah, Holland is high on my bucket list. I would love to visit, especially because of rich chess heritage, so many tournaments, so many stories. Actually, I'm the one who is just, grasping all the anecdotes, all the story, and then it will be funny to see, to connect it with some places live. One famous story when Alexander Alekhine was playing his match against Max Eve in Holland. Actually, when he lost that match, that first match, so he was, like seated in some hotel, but they were taking him around with a train because he would play games in other cities around the Holland. So he would start traveling with the train 2 hours to some city, and then they will play a game there. So basically what to do, you're traveling for 2 hours, it's a bit long, and there is a bar in the train. So you drink 1, maybe 2, depends
Maybe.
of a profile, 3. And suddenly you are there to play a match with the boxer. Someone was saying, I don't know about this story, but someone say first of all that Max Eve was very tall, like similar like me. I'm 196, almost 197. Injic is 202. He's probably the tallest grandmaster. And Eve was. Someone said that he was like amateur boxing champion of Holland. But I read that this info is probably not correct, that there was maybe someone saw him somewhere in some kind of boxing club and maybe he had some sparring and they connected it. I don't know this story. Is it correct? But just to make some point that Eve was very fit, while at the same time Alekhine, who is my favorite world champion beside Bobby Fischer, and Magnus Carlsen, that Alekhine was drinking heavily and he lost this match. And then there is a story that in return match he bought a cow, drinking milk, fresh milk every day in some village. Of course, that's not correct, but anyway, he wanted to say that, exaggerated a bit how he was like stopping his alcohol habit and he was there to be fresh and he just crushed in return match. So I would love to check a few venues, a few things in Holland. I respect that country a lot. And yeah, so that's cool. What do you think? Maybe we can check some other games briefly.
Did we check Rauf's game? Because someone asked in the chat, we said we will check later.
Let's do it. Let's check Kasper Piron against Mamedo. As I mentioned before, I think Piron was for sure 2650. You can check. Rauf was 27, I think 10 or something like this. So peak rating of Piron was very high, 2640, 2650, I believe. So now he's on 2580, still dangerous. Problem-solving champion, I think, along with Jan Timman, legendary best of the West. With Larsen, of course, Bobby was there, so he's also the one who is implementing his ideas, some studies, composing, while Kasper is more of solving. I know John Nunn was also doing it as well, so he's an interesting grandmaster.
What did you say about your, your guess?
2660 or something, but he was probably
2685.
Yeah, he was even stronger. But sometimes Polish players, I'm not fully sure, but he was very, very strong. So he now dropped some rating. Yeah, Rauf having an interesting position. Okay. It's not, I would say, Rauf's main strength to play this type of position, but he will also stay solid for a while. I like Ivan, he's playing Benoni, which is dubious opening, at least considered as a dubious opening these days. Avruk in his book mentioned this fianchetto line against Benoni. I was showing this trick a bit before, that for example here, after knight, let's say a6, I will repeat you once again. He wants to play b5, that after knight c6, knight b6, there is knight d6, and actually a lot of players got into this trap. I think it was Alexander Belyavsky, I'm not 100% sure, but I have somewhere in my mind that, why are you laughing? You like how I come from the
yes
with those games and tricks, but what to do?
Yes.
Yeah, I love this type of things.
Exactly, bishop f4
and then the rook is hanging, but that's why rook e8 is needed. So that's why when you play rook e8 in the opening, then this trick is off. Let's say rook e1, and we play the same.
E5?
Yeah, exactly. e6. I know it's not something for like top level chess, but for some other level, it's quite useful. Yeah. Okay, so you have some material for your students now.
Yes, thank you very much. But you promised me also material for myself.
Yes, I promised you some analysis. So what to do? I will need to spend some top novelties, guys. I will then root for Sandra to execute. But it should be like important game. I don't know, maybe some Serbian championship or some club cup. Don't waste it for.
Yeah,
for
I will
nothing.
not.
Yeah, let's get back the board. So different direction, knight g4. Okay, there's so many subtle details now, nuances, but yeah, I don't want to go there. This looks like a completely original, crazy position. I would say that this was not played before.
I like that it's original and crazy at the same time.
Yeah, okay, let's move on with Durabelli against Motilev. I saw on the bird view, we can go there as well.
Sorry, someone has a comment. They speak the same language, why English?
Yeah, because we could do it a little bit on our native language, but let's stick with English.
Of course.
Yeah, let's get bird view. So Motilev is always super focused. He's sitting, you can see him around, but he left, if I'm not mistaken. So he's playing against Durabelli. Durabelli is seated next to Sochko, who is playing against Kakobian. Cheparinov is there. Now Ponomarev walking. Ponomarev was a fabulous player, guys. Fabulous player. So strong. At some stage he was like just crushing all the people. Rauf doing his stuff, walking around, coming back. Blubam I spotted a bit, walking around. Rauf sitting, going up. Typical behavior. I see Sanikidze, Grandmaster from Georgia, and some others. And some stage, like say 15 years ago, I would say that I could recognize maybe like from 100, top 100, I think I could recognize all of them. So there will be a really some small chance that I don't know about the player, about where he's from, his rating, and how he looks. But then, let's say like 7 years ago, I stopped playing actively, and suddenly I'm getting some names, and I see some ratings, and I'm completely shocked. I never heard of that player. Yeah, so chess has changed, but this is typical. Before, as I said, I would enter some playing call in some huge, massive open, so either I would know player from playing against him for some game, or I would know at least his surname and his rating or something. But yeah, it's funny how this changed, but that's how it is. Okay, we will a little bit move on, and then we will have a break. So before having a break, let's get a board. You want to add something? No?
Nothing so far.
Okay, good. You can interrupt me all the time if you want to add something.
I know.
Don't hesitate.
I'm checking.
Yeah, feel free. So, yeah, this game is quite tricky. So let's check what's going on. Vasif is quite dangerous player to play. He's tactician, as usually Azeris are. I played against him once, European individual, 2007, when I qualified to tiebreak. I made a draw. He was 23-50 at that time. I was very unpleasant. I was black. He played some Sicilian with c3. He was laughing with Safarli, offered me a draw, and they didn't know even English, I would say, and it was funny. But then he just became a grandmaster and super sharp, and we played in Rome. You said that you visited that city, but come on, you visited all the cities, so people won't invite you. Maybe some continents. Which continents?
I would still go, second time, third time to some cities I really liked. I don't have problem with that.
Okay, good. That's also cool. So maybe just to check some new places. I agree. So Rome, I played against Durabelli, and I think I lost. I was better in some Sicilian. I played the Rouser with a6, h6 line, but then I misplayed, and he just swept me off the board. So I have this painful experience lost, but I know that he's very strong. He studied in US, and he's back now, I guess, to active chess. So he's playing against Alexander, who is known as coach. You see, this is typical Vasif. He just sacrificed something, and or he goes from super sharp stuff where calculation is needed. Usually my routine would be not to play against Azeris in this super sharp stuff. I told you guys that I played against Gashimov when he was, breaking through. He tragically passed away, I think 10 years ago. So yeah, he was 2660. We played in Kuşadası in Turkey, European individual. This championship, that was my first championship, 2005, I think. I was not a grandmaster at that time, I think, yet, but I was 2500 plus, and I played against Gashimov. At that time, I think same year, Mamedyarov has became a world junior champion with like 15 or 16 years, winning the event with like 2 points, 2 rounds to spare. And I played against Gashimov, and he played Benoni. I was better, then I was winning, and the guy wanted to sacrifice his queen. I didn't take it, and it was like perpetual. And then we went to analyze, and I don't know, someone was around. I think even Mamedyarov was around, and they were just laughing. So they start saying some moves, and come on, they go like 10, 15 moves ahead. And he asked me, why did you take the queen? And actually, I was not even thinking to take the queen. And then he starts showing some line, which is like 15 moves. And I said, okay, guys, this is for you. It's not for me. I'm playing differently. Actually, that was the case with Michael Adams. He played against the Scottish Grandmaster Jonathan Rowson. Actually, he had those fantastic books, Chess for Zebras and 7 Deadly Chess Sins. I would advise this book to any like 2300 player, 24, maybe even 2200, who want to make a breakthrough, because suddenly you realize about some new concepts when you are analyzing the game, when you are playing the game, when you are thinking, so it can improve your level of chess a lot. So Rowson was playing against Michael Adams. Adams was like 26,750. And after the game, Michael Adams won the game. They were analyzing, and then Rowson said, but there is this move, I saw this. And then he was going somewhere like 10 moves, 15 moves. And then Michael would say, no, I never analyzed this. I never calculated. And suddenly Rowson is like offering like 10 lines, 10 variation. Nothing was actually checked by Michael. Sometimes people do think that, those like top players, they see everything, but they have this better intuition. So
I always have this kind of impression.
Yeah, they don't want to they know where to go, where to spend some time. Although Mickey is not maybe right example. Like penultimate round of the Linares tournament, it was 2004, when Garry Kasparov played his last tournament. He lost the game, this drawish pawn game against Topalov. But the previous round, I think he played against Adams, and he played this Sicilian. You can find this, I think, even on YouTube. It was Najdorf, bishop a8, b4, sacrifice everything. And there was analysis after the game, and Adams is sitting like that, and Garry is, after each move Adams plays in the analysis, Garry starts to laugh, and then bam, 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 checkmate. And then Adams tries something else, bam, 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 checkmate. And then Adams is sitting like that, and after the game, he said, and Garry has announced that he will stop playing, that this is his last tournament, or if they know it. And then he said to someone, I think maybe to Sokolov or to Kasimdzhanov, I really don't know why this guy is stopping to play, because he sees everything. I didn't spot.
He's still in great shape.
Yeah, I didn't spot like 5% of he did. So yeah, I don't want to say anything about his retirement, because it's crazy what this guy can still see. So this is typical sometimes with Azeris. Believe me, I wouldn't enter some crazy sharp tactics. We play some slow game, and then I'm trying maybe to put pressure somewhere else. So that would be my concept. But here Alexander is playing sharp, and maybe it will pay off. We will check. Okay, let's move on. Maybe a few more games before making a break. Okay, this one I guess you like.
I like it.
So what happened here? So Momchil was playing this advanced French defense. H4 was played. Mateusz is one of the biggest experts. He's very tricky, and he's having this composure. Usually when he plays, that everything is under control. So he's quite a tough opponent to play. I lost one European when I was playing in Novi Sad, European team championship. We lost against Poland heavily. I lost with black against Bartel. And I made a draw in Dresden. I was winning with white. He played his Dutch defense, but somehow managed to squeeze to go out from the danger zone, and I made a draw with white. I was regretting this game a lot. So what happened here? So it's quite strange. This game will probably end up very soon, because it seems that black is just pressing and some long castle will come, and it looks really dangerous. What that? Really? Okay, that's crazy. That's really crazy. King takes
Queen.
knight b4. Come on.
Wow.
That's really crazy. And now some moves leads to checkmate, or like dropping the material, because here you're dropping the queen, which is really fantastic. So queen is lost, so you need to come to f1 to be able to play against knight d3. Yeah. So here
Instead
knight
of queen
g3.
g3,
Come
knight
on, this is really crazy. Again, I'm trying to force you to come here, and then king g2. So it's impossible to calculate this for sure. So either you have a feeling for that or not. There are some players. Jobava would do it immediately.
Yes, I'm also sure in
Yeah,
that.
but also rook g7 or rook g6 is fine enough. So now there is this inner fight. Maybe we can find them on the camera, like bird view, full screen. Let's find Mateusz. I'm quite curious to see. So he is born number 10 or something. Where is he? 11. So it's our first row on bottom left. Do you see them, son? I can see them. And some moves were made. So he took. No, he didn't. Yes.
Yes, yeah.
Bravo, bravo, Mateusz. I love it. We like people who are brave, like Injic and some others. Awesome. Let's go. Let's get back the board. Just to say that this is one of the most famous moments in this championship. Rook f2, knight b4. Kudos to Mateusz. He's a very good tactician. He's, I would say, very educated chess player, and he's also, if I'm not mistaken, educated in his life, that he finished some faculty. Very smart person. So I'm not surprised that he's handling this position. Okay, we might leave you guys with this position. We can maybe have a break, and then we will, for sure now Momchil will think a lot, then we can come back and check what is happening in the meantime. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Thank you.
Test, test, test. I think we are back. We had some issue with the sound, but I think it was solved. Let's go to the playing hall. Let's check the cameras. Yeah, it's quite crowdy, but let's go to the first board. We have a result on the second board. Svane against Deak. They have made a draw. We have also Jordan against Safari. That's a draw as well. So somehow Jordan is not having a great tournament with white, but still there are a lot of chances for him in future. Here we can see that the game was drawn. I think this is Bojan Maksimovic. Is this? No? Who is standing there?
I don't think so.
Or
but,
is an arbiter? I think it was him. No, that was not him. Now I check it. That was someone else, but I don't know whom. Yeah, players are around. I see people walking. Yeah, people biting their nails, which is sometimes a usual habit of some players who are under stress. So let's go to the first board. Let's get the camera there. So let's have a board as well. So let's see what's going on. So that's first board. So Injic played before here. Jufa is doing quite well, but this is Injic style. Tricky position. I'm not sure now. I'm trying to find a human point. So what's this all about? If you take c4,
threatening to take on e6. No?
threatening to take on c4, there is this
E6.
bishop e6, and he collects everything, and he has perpetual, but he can maybe even play for more, I guess, in some stage. So it's risk-free position. Other way would be to get away from that, and I don't see anything here special. So I think that Jufa has a clear way how to move on with a solid outcome. Yeah, I don't believe that
It looks fine for black, yes?
Yeah, but it looks a little bit more scary. Okay, rook d6, also quite a useful move because you are actually defending e6.
Prophylactic.
Yeah, I agree. Petrosian was famous about it. How about you? Do you think about opponent's threat a lot, or you are the one who is thinking more about your ideas? Are you stopping opponent's counterplay first?
Yes, for sure. I'm thinking a lot about opponent's threats and potential threats. So I'm using, I would say, a lot of these prophylactic moves in mind games.
Interesting. I would never say. I would say that your style of play is just crashing. You go for some sacrifice. You put pressure.
It depends of position. You cannot always go for it. It depends how your opponent will play from the early beginning. But
yeah, okay. This prophylactic is quite interesting. I think it's something which comes from from medicine terminology, that they are using this a lot to prevent some injuries. So this prophylactic is quite known, but somehow people who are not playing chess, they respect this way of play a lot, because suddenly they realize, okay, hang on, there are also ideas of opponent which need to be stopped. So yeah, prophylactic play is quite important. It's also connected with character of opponent. You don't want to allow some sharp player to start attacking you, or positional player to exchange the queen, so you are thinking 1-2 moves ahead. Yeah, I believe that Jufa is quite happy here. Injic is trying to press a bit, but not much is happening. Let's move on. You are killing some flies?
yes,
Okay, good.
but I didn't.
Yeah. So let's check the next board. We have Hovhannisyan here. So BC5 was played in the end. He took and played this type of position, and in the end it was rook's endgame. I think we can find a little bit more about Armenian chess players in next hours. So let's move on with other games. How is David Navarra doing? He's always playing some interesting chess. We can also combine him with camera if it's possible. So let's find David against Daniel. So it's very complicated game. Yeah, just to remind our viewers that Daniel has won bronze medal last year. So he knows how to win in the last few rounds. He won against Korobov with black in a roller coaster game. So he has this positive experience of last year. And it seems to me that he's doing fine.
Yes, I would say. So far,
Yeah,
time
solid
travel
position.
is not still on, so we will see what will happen if time travel comes.
Let's check why Jordan has made a draw. Also, we have a draw on the second board. We should just mention. We left around here. Knight h5 was played. Bishop e3. Massive exchanges, and both players were quite satisfied with the draw as outcome. We can maybe say about their additional criteria once again. So prior to this round, standings, I think in terms of Buchholz, that they are doing quite well. So Deak is on 50, which is the best one here. No, Ceparino has 50.5, Deak is on 50. How about Svane?
Yeah, but Ceparino has 6.5
Yeah,
points, and
1
Deak
point less.
has 7 points.
But in general, I'm
But okay,
sticking
in general, yes.
who is doing well. Injic, of course, but I see Svane.
Darda as well, Fredrik.
Yeah, Svane Chigaev is doing fine as well. So those players are Mamedov. Those players can be quite happy if they will share some spot, because most likely they will be in higher part of the group. Maybe it's a moment that we mention some prizes. So what are players fighting for?
Well, prizes are good, let's say. First place, 20,000 euros, followed by 15,000 euros, 10,000 euros, 7,000 euros. Fifth place, 6,000 euros. Sixth place, 5, then 4, and eighth place, 3,000 euros. Then, of course, we have special prizes, and best female player will get 1,200 euros prize. We have actually 6 prizes for women in women's category: 1,200, 900, 700, 500, 400, and 300 euros. We have best junior under 18. We saw that juniors are doing great here. There are a lot of them. In first, for example, 30 place so far. So first prize is 100 euros, 600 euros, and 400 euros.
Yeah, first prize 1,000. Yeah, so
1,000, yes. Thank you.
Yeah, 1,000. Yeah, players usually those players who are here capable to become best juniors in this event, they are already capable to become top players. But it's some kind of additional push to get some money.
I just want to say we have 23 prizes in open category. Last one is 1,000 euros, and we have also a prize for prizes for a best veteran player 50 plus, and 1,000 euros, 600 and 400 euros. So
yeah, and we mentioned a few days ago that for Sandra it's old 50, right? So veterans are old.
right,
So,
you remember good.
yeah,
Your
so-
memory works.
I'm joking. Yeah, how about prizes? Are they shared equally, or I think it's hard? So usually that means that you're getting 50% of your prize, and other part is actually divided equally with all other players. So I think that usually prizes are shared. Oh no, here.
Equally, yes.
Yeah, equally, which means that for some players, okay, for qualification spot, it's quite important to have a good additional criterion, the good buchholz, but it also worth risking a bit, because if you are in a big group and you're sharing equally with a lot of players who are sharing the place, then you have a good buchholz, you played against top players, suddenly your performance is high, and suddenly some player joins that group with very bad buchholz, playing on not on the top and winning last 1 or 2 games, and suddenly he's sharing the same amount as you do. So I expect that some players will risk a bit in the last round not to share the prize in some heavy group. That might happen.
Yeah, with this criteria of sharing prices, someone will be happy, someone will not. It's always like that, as with opposite case. So.
Yeah, I agree. So it's always about what you're up to. Are you ready to risk? Yeah, regarding last round, just to remind you that players will play, and we will be here in broadcast at 1 p.m. So be ready to adjust yourself. 20 spots are here for top players to qualify to the World Cup. Let's check other games. Let's see what do we have. So Injic against Ufa. It seems to be that it's heading towards a draw. Then Hovhannisyan, white is pressing, but black seems to be doing also quite well towards a draw. He will suffer a bit, but he's finding the best resources. Navarra against Darda, that will be for sure messy soon. It seems to me that Daniel is doing a good job. Let's check how Jordan made a draw. So we left around here. You ask me, do I like to play this type of position with white? Sometimes there are positions you like to play with white and black, and some position you don't want to play even with white or with black. I know that there are several positions I really don't want to play with each color, and this type of position I wouldn't mind if I'd be playing it with white and black. How about you?
I prefer as white, for sure.
Okay. Yes.
But I could also play as black. I don't find this as a position I wouldn't like to play as black.
Okay, nice. So here it seems that white was doing some preparations. As I mentioned, he's trying to show that his position is becoming very dangerous, but if black can wait a bit and be solid, it's not easy to find a breakthrough. And came this a3, which probably showed that there is no direct assault. Also black was improving his position. f6, so the point was to provoke the weakness, and then came bishop h3. And suddenly white improved his position, but black also has found a way to force white probably to take, and then this bishop will be, yeah. So it's very, in a smart way, this draw offer came from Eta, because probably this is the right moment to offer a draw. How about you? Do you offer draws?
Very rare.
Very rare.
I don't even remember when I offered the draw, to be honest.
Yeah, guys, you see, I'm sometimes really feeling like I'm with super brave woman, Alexei Shirov, fire on board player, because she's risking, she's always want to play aggressive. So I'm asking some questions, trying to check, is there a slight possibility that Sandra is a little bit solid, but never. No draws, no offer. And do you accept draws?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay, probably once in 100 cases, but yeah. And you don't offer draws, you don't accept draws?
I said very rare.
Okay. So, fighting spirit, if you want that your team is super sharp, then invite Sandra to play for your club, and probably you won't regret it.
Probably.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay, so the draw was offered and was accepted. It's sort of psychological warfare. Let's check how Vacro is doing. He's doing quite well. Etienne is on fire. Can you check? Yesterday was really crazy what he won. Can you check how is he doing in last
On
two,
which
three?
board Etienne plays?
He's playing 6 or something like this. Yeah,
Yes,
6. Can you
yes.
see the last 3-4 rounds? I think he scored some wins in a row.
I know he made a draw when we did the interview here. That was 8th round. And yesterday he won probably very important game, so he didn't lose any game. It seems he has a quite good tournament. Okay, today's opponent is strong, Vocaturo. He's -19 rating points, but okay, that's really.
You know what
not
I would
so
notice
important.
here, Sandra? I would notice that he has this strategy. Okay, his first game, I remember that he played against super young, talented player. We will check this as well, Henry Tudor. I know that he's working with Ivan Sokolov and some others, so he's one of the really, really bright stars of Romanian chess. And actually, he made a draw very convincingly against Etienne. But what I've noticed now, that Etienne is winning with white. So last 4 rounds, he scored wins with white and draws with black. So with this strategy, probably he will be very dangerous because he feels confident with white and stable with black, although in this game he might even get ambitious. But this strategy is for some players very successful. They are quite dangerous with white pieces and stable with black. And usually, yeah, when you have this type of approach, you get used to it, you feel confident with white, and with black you have your own goal. So it's quite cool to check. Can you check please also how Henry is doing, because he's super young.
Of course.
I think he's like 12 years, he's on top first round.
Well, he was doing great till 8th round. Then he lost a game against Greek player Ioannidis, grandmaster from Greece, and then he lost again in the 9th round against Ahmad Zada. Yes, and so.
Yeah, today he's playing against Orion Noga, which is interesting because I think she's European champion under 18 woman. So this clash, I'm quite curious. He's black. It's not easy to play with black when you want to win. So I'm quite curious to check how this game will end up. I don't believe that we have this game live because board is 119. But it will be very interesting, this clash of young European stars. Okay, we can move on a bit. So here, Kasper, some crazy position, but yeah, also solid in a way. Then we have this one, which is super sharp. This is an asset, but also white can maybe hope to break through in the center long term. Let's see how Durabelli is doing. We left around here, 97. Yeah, Alexander is having always a great positions. So he's now thinking some bishop b4. Okay, that's interesting. So bishop b4, bishop c3, queen b6, let's say, king h1, some nice c5 coming, which is a crazy move to spot, and then knight e4. I believe that he will spot this, but this is very hard and he will burn some time, so I'll expect that Alexander ends up in a time trouble.
He also had great position against Turkish chess player Ediz. And
Durel,
we
yeah.
were following this game, and then in time trouble somehow his advantage went down, but okay, at the end he managed to win a game. So probably time trouble is tricky for him, as for many chess players.
Yeah, he's not playing so often these days, and he's having some, maybe some the questions arising. He's not sure about some moment. He's hesitating a bit. So maybe, when he I don't know, sharpens a bit and speeds up his process, he will be very sharp, very dangerous in the last round as well. So I'm quite curious to see. And yeah, Bartosz is having a normal game. So first 10 boards we follow. Actually, there are some interesting games. For example, Hakobian is playing in black. I'm familiar with some players. I played against Sargsyan. Trying to recall, I played against Akompian, I played against Austrian, who passed away, I think 15 years ago, something like that. We played in Dubai. But I'm not familiar with all Armenian players, so maybe it's a moment that we find out a little bit more. What do you think, Sandra?
Yes, I think this is perfect moment. Since we started to talk about this topic, we could invite our guest and to talk more about Armenian chess.
Yeah, okay guys, so we will come back. We have one guest who will give us insights about Armenian chess.
Hello guys, again, as we said, we will have some special guests, Armenian chess player. Welcome to our studio. Thanks for coming here.
Good to be here. Hello everyone.
How is your tournament going so far?
It's okay, it could be going better, to be honest, but it's my first championship, first time playing a big profile tournament like this, so it's good to gain experience, be in the presence of all these great players and have the opportunity to face them. So it's been pretty good so far, the whole experience.
Do you like the place where we play, Petrovac, and playing venue? And
yeah, for sure. It's I haven't been to Montenegro before, and the playing venue is great. Very spacey area. You can see all the players, the top boards, walking around, getting a look at everyone's games. So yeah, it's been very enjoyable.
Okay, you also have your chess channel. Can you tell us more about that?
Right. So yeah, I stream on Twitch. I play on chess.com. I'm one of their like partner streamers, and yeah, I love streaming, sharing my knowledge of the game, playing with the people they're watching, the viewers. I like to make it educational and instructive, but it's a good time. I like to have fun, make it entertaining as much as I can. And so yeah, I've been doing it for a few years, and I hope to continue more regularly, maybe. So that'd be great.
Your English is also perfect, I would say.
Oh, thank you.
You speak very nice and very
Yes,
fluent.
I have to work on my Russian. I forgot some of my Russian in exchange for getting better at English. That's the way I like to put it.
Okay, so as we know, Armenian chess players are very, very successful in chess. Do you have chess in schools, maybe?
We do. I think, if I'm not mistaken, we were, if not the first, but one of the first countries to include chess in the school curricula. And when I was going to school, in middle school, I didn't have time for the chess lessons, because as soon as they put it in, I was like past middle school.
Yeah.
So I didn't get to do chess at school. But yeah, they're doing a good job. It's in all the state schools. It's in middle school. That's part of the mandatory lessons that the kids have to take.
which norm you have to have if you want to give, let's say, chess lessons in schools?
Well, there's some testing that the tutors, the teachers have to go through. I think it's coordinated with either the federation or the chess academy that we have. And if a person wants to teach at these schools, they have to go through there's some steps that they need to take. They need to show their chess knowledge as well as the ability to work with kids. So I think it's okay, and there's a lot of kids that learn chess in school. These days we're seeing that they learn chess in their regular school, and they liked it a lot. It was seen that the kids have talent, and then they continued going to like a chess coach or a chess club, and they improved their chess skills further.
Are you also a chess coach?
I am, yeah, I do. I've been doing some coaching on the side. It's one of the things that I really like doing, actually. I really enjoy coaching. I've been coaching for a few years now, since I was a teenager, but more recently I've been trying to focus on streaming, so I do coaching less these days, but it's definitely one of the things that I'm passionate about, and I can always expand in that area.
So everything connected with chess
Right.
is fine, yes?
Yes, as a standard chess player, we do everything, a little bit of everything.
And who involved you in chess? I mean, does anyone from your family plays chess, or how you made first
Right.
steps in chess?
You're actually on point. Yeah, we didn't talk about this before, but my father is actually a grandmaster. He's
Really?
Jim Nalbandian
Can you
from Armenia.
tell us who is your father?
Jim Tigran Nalbandian. Yeah, he's a grandmaster, and he has his chess school back home. That's where I'm coaching. He was the head coach of our Olympic team when we became champion the first time in 2006. So that's how I got into chess. That's one of the first things that I saw. It was chess players.
Yeah, I understand you. Also, my father is a chess player. He is international master, but I understand from where love to chess comes. We can pay attention on some Armenian chess players. They are doing quite well. Here is Hakobian. He's making 6.5 points so far, and Sargsyan. And can you tell? Are you friend with some of them? But like close friend, I'm sure.
Right. Yeah, Armenia is one of those countries that everyone knows each other. All the chess players were like a tight community, so we
That's
know each other.
nice.
Everyone's on good terms, and so yeah, for sure, the guys that are my age. We're definitely on good terms. In fact, me and Shant went to the same high school, so that's fun. But yeah, it's always a good spirit in the Armenian team. I think it's well known in the chess community that we always bring a good team spirit, and that's why.
That's why you're
we have so many
successful.
accomplishments
Yes,
as a
yes.
country, right?
That's the secret, yes?
For sure, yeah. You have to have great chemistry to be able to perform well in these team events.
Okay, what is your goal in the near future? Do you know which tournaments you will play, for example, in next year or?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it's already been announced that for the next year's European Championship, it's probably going to happen in March, I think in Romania. So I'm definitely looking at that as a possibility to go play in the next year's championship. But even sooner than that, I think early December, there's the Yerevan Open happening. So in my city, it's going to be like 10-15 minutes away from me. Great,
So
strong
perfect
open
chance,
tournament.
yes?
Yeah, exactly. So
But
I'll
do
definitely
you
be
think
playing
that
in
that's
that.
plus or minus when there is a tournament in your hometown?
For me, it's great.
It's great, yes.
For me, it's
Sometimes you
definitely
can be
great.
disturbed with things which are happening at
That's
your
true.
home, or friends, family,
right.
whatever. And when you're at the tournament, you're focused just on chess.
There's definitely that side to it as well. I think the pros is that it's very close. You don't have to commute anywhere. It's in your city. You know everyone there. But for me, it's happened that I've kind of gotten carried away sometimes during the tournaments. When it's going really well, you play the tournament games, you do well, you win here and there, and you're doing well in the tournament. And then in the evening, you go see your friends, and then for the next rounds, you're not super concentrated because, for example, here we're in Petrovac. It's a small town, and you're just locked in on your game. There's no distractions or anything like that. Just here for chess.
Yes, I agree. Okay, thank you very much for being my guest today.
Yep, my
I
pleasure.
enjoyed this conversation. I wish you best luck on this tournament and in future. And I hope
Thank you.
we will
Thank
see.
you. Great to talk
Yeah,
to you.
thank you very
See you.
much. Stay here.
Chess connects us all, across countries, across borders. For those who travel for the game, staying connected shouldn't be a challenge. Introducing Global Cell, the official telecom provider of the European Chess Union. Connectivity is just a tap away. Simple, fast, and ready wherever you are, wherever the game takes you. Global Cell's eSIM works seamlessly across Europe and beyond. No SIM swaps, no waiting. Global Cell's eSIM is quick to install and reliable every step of the way. Stay connected with players, friends, and family no matter where you are. Share your checkmates instantly with effortless connectivity. From every tournament to each new city. Stay connected as you move and prepare to win. Join the thousands who enjoy true freedom on the go. Sign up today and make Global Cell your next move.
Yeah, we're back. It was cool to
Yes.
get some insight from Armenian player. Have you been to Armenia?
Never. So
Yeah,
far.
me neither. I recall that, there was an Olympiad in Yerevan. I know that actually at that time Croatia was quite strong and we were playing very well. I got some infos from my colleagues, but listen, I was quite smart not to go there, because if you go to Armenia, then you have like 2,100 players who know everything, who play super good, and suddenly you're struggling against 2,200 players. So yeah,
That's
watch
true.
out if you want to keep your rating. Watch out for Armenia and even India and so on. Yeah, let's go to the playing hall. Let's check what's going on. Let's check the first board camera. What do we have there? Ingi's is thinking. Some pieces were exchanged, but it looks that it's heading towards a draw, although I like that he didn't make some fast draw, that he's still trying to get something out of the game, but it looks that the moment of shaking hands and draw offer is around, so I'm not expecting any really sharp events from now on. We can go to the board number 3, where Chigaev is under some pressure of Hovhannisyan. Unfortunately, we didn't touch a little bit more about Hovhannisyan, but yeah, what to do? I know about him that he played for national team, that he is quite dangerous when he is white, that he's pressing a lot, but very stable player, as many Armenians are. It seems that he's doing quite well. He's pressing, being pawn up, but to be able to convert, it's not so easy. Yesterday was a fantastic scene where Fredericks won in a time trouble, severe time trouble against Dogmus. He took opponent's knight. Actually, I'm not sure you're an arbiter. Can you take pieces? You can. Opponent's pieces, for example, before promoting them, they're staying somewhere, I don't know, on the edge of the board or of your table, and you take opponent's pieces. Maybe you can, huh?
You mean,
Before,
for
like
example, you
few 3,
want
4 moves to keep it, you can do it probably.
You can do it, but as long as promotion is not at that point, because I mean, if you want to promote, but usually you count that opponent will promote the queen and.
Yeah, so you know what happened. So he spotted some combination where knight will be promoted, which is cool. Actually, I'm trying to recall when was the last time I did it. Not really. There were some cases. For example, there is a case when you have endgame where opponent is a knight up, and you are I don't know, starting to push your pawn, trying to promote it, and suddenly your opponent is coming with a knight to be able to stop it by fork, and then the only move is not to lose that new queen, is that you promote knight, and stop opponent's fork. And then suddenly you have a knight endgame, but that's also common. Also in a rook's endgame, rook against a pawn, that for example your opponent is preparing a mating threat with the rook, and if you promote the queen you will be mated, so you need to promote the knight to give him check and to stop him of this mating threat. So it happens from time to time. So Swan has spotted it. 2-3 moves before it happened, he took a knight, which was a cool scene, and he was rolling that knight in his hand and waiting for the final moment. You know, it reminded me that sometimes, players are, preparing this type of things, and if you are unexperienced, you're playing online chess, and you put in your settings that promotion is automatically to queen, and then it comes some moment where you need to promote knight, and suddenly you realize that your system is automatically promoting you for a queen, and you get not. Yeah, so it's also cool for internet chess. Okay, so here white is being a pawn up.
Yes.
Yeah,
This pawn.
C pawn, which is not easy to convert, but I remind you that Armenians are usually the one who can squeeze water out of stone, so usually they play forever this type of positions. They are very patient, they don't mind if they have a small tiny advantage, they can sit there forever. So I wouldn't be so happy if I max him, but yeah, obviously he's doing quite well. So white is better, but very solid. Let's move on. Let's check the fourth board camera. David seems to be focused, but Daniel is also aware that he's having a good position. What do you think? How worried is David?
From this perspective, looking at the camera, I don't see how worried is he, but looking at the position, just concrete view on position, I would be worried as white. Let's say that's my answer. Mm-hmm. But I'm not sure if David is worried about his position.
Yeah, he's very good in tactics, but Daniel has shown that he's also quite good when the position is sharp, and he seems to be enjoying that role. The position is obviously in black favor due to white structure around the king, which is destroyed. So yeah, it seems to be good for black. Let's move on. Let's check board number 6. We don't have camera there. We can go birdie. It seems that Vocaturo has made a draw against Etienne. So Etienne is moving on with his strategy of squeezing with white and holding with black.
Yes, and so far it looks like a great strategy, yes? The
Yeah.
last round he will probably play as white, because today he was black, but it doesn't have to be. We will see what pairings will say. So...
Yeah, you mentioned that Karpov is one of your favorites, like world champions.
Yes.
And I recall that Karpov has said somewhere that it's tough to change your roles, to adjust your roles if strongly you were, you set it up your mindset strongly in one role. So you're coming to the board and you are not unhappy with the draw with black pieces, you want to equalize, and suddenly there is a chance that you play for a win. There are players who cannot adjust so easily because at the beginning they were only thinking about how to equalize, opponent is strong, they want to hold, and suddenly there is a chance for a win. It's not easy to switch those roles, and Karpov has said that he misplayed one of his games when he was precisely in that situation, switching his roles, and he was not capable to move on with different type of play. Is that a draw on the first board? Yes, let's go full screen. I think I predicted a bit.
You did. Nice. Bravo.
Okay, I believe that you could do the same, so it's not a big deal. Yeah, you already also know a lot of people, you can evaluate positions, so it's not a big deal.
Exactly. I predicted this yesterday.
So, Injic is not unhappy. Let's catch them in bird view camera, and then enters. Okay, we already have it. So, they are slowly approaching to the exit. Vityugo Nikita is here. Jaime Santos, Latasa. Injic is discussing with Jufa. He's very polite. Pechurica, FM, also an arbiter here. Okay, so boards are slowly getting empty. We have first board drawn, second board as well. And Hovhannisyan is pressing against Chigaev a bit. David Navara in problems against Darda. Can you check how Darda is doing regarding his last few rounds? It seems to me that he's doing very, very well. Okay, not so, but stable, right? Winning with white.
She's doing. Sorry. He is doing well.
But I'm very impressed about his performance. 27,
83.
Respect. If
He
he
gained
manages,
also rating points, 20 rating points.
if he manages to win this one, he will cross 2800 performance, which is really, really huge. These are the levels. I'm trying to recall when I played Croatian Championship. I shared first place with Šarić. I played, I think, +4 and +5, and it was like 25-50 average, something like this. I think my result was +4, maybe even +5. We shared first place, then we played a match, 4 games match. I won first game, and then I lost 2 and I made a draw in the last, so I lost the match. But at that time I recall that this performance was quite high, 27, maybe 60, something like that. But it's not easy to cross 2800, so it's really, really fabulous achievement by Daniel. What has happened here? So he played Queen B2. David is taking on C6, but it seems that this is a huge mistake, because now Bishop takes C6, Bishop D5. Okay, maybe it's not a mistake. That this position is practically very tough for white, and that would mean that black has risk-free advantage. Maybe there are several ways to move on. So David finally has climbed to the top. Can you please check, Sandra, how is David doing in the last few rounds?
He made 3 out of 3 in the last 3 rounds. He won Grandmasters and Nikidze, and then he won against Boer, international master from France, and then against Dragnev he also won a game. So last 3 rounds he did perfect job.
Yeah.
It couldn't be better.
3 straight wins, but suddenly he's having
trouble.
a really tough situation. And Daniel is perfectly aware what's going on. Let me check how this happened, because it was Italian. So this G3 maybe was not the main move, the most precise move. And suddenly, slowly by slowly, okay, I love this rook lift. How about rook lift? Do you like it? I like it a lot. When I don't know, these type of things are happening maybe in isolated pawns. I would say this would be my top 5 for sure motives in chess.
I like it. I mentioned this when Sholak was a guest a few days ago. We were talking about Grandmaster Igor Miladinovic, and I said that I think that Igor was very talented for this and that he kind of invented this h5 in early opening of Sicilian defense, h4, and then in a lot of games he had this rook lift, rook h5, and then rook c5 for some, and then I tried to do this and I was in trouble. But looking at his games, everything looked so easy and so perfect. So you have to have a feeling for this kind of maneuvers.
Yeah.
It's different with the knight, but with the rooks, you expose your rook, especially if you,
I agree, it's not an ordinary moment. You correctly said that you need to have a feeling for this and that he was doing this great. I've managed to execute this type of things a few times. And my favorite win is one against Krivoruchko, where I played that rook lift. And it was some kind of really aesthetic pleasure. So Darda is playing very well today. I love this line. Maybe we can go full screen to check how is he feeling at the moment. So let's get them zoom. It's very cool how actually they're both relaxed. I would be a little more nervous. Okay, Sandra, what do you think? Is it the moment that we switch to some other game? Is there anything in chat? Maybe you personally would like to check
I would
some
like
play?
Cheparinov to check.
Okay.
He was playing yesterday on the first board, and I think that we should check his game. Cheparinov, no?
Yeah, that's very, very sharp. You have a good sense for sharp games. I like it. It's really complicated. It looks quite sharp, and it's very unbalanced position. We don't see queen as a blocker so often, and there is some kind of battery reversed, some spots. This will end up with some messy time trouble, although the issue is that they were maneuvering for a long, so they're a bit away from the time trouble. But this looks very, very sharp and promising for both sides. Which pieces you would take in this type of position?
Usually I play this type of position as white, to be honest, and I like this knight g1 because maybe knight f3, knight g5, or knight h3, knight g5 at some point of the game, and white has a space advantage. I would prefer white's position.
Yeah, I need to warn you that since you became a commentator and we got more familiar with your style, that we all will start follow your games. So we will check, were you completely honest in the broadcast? Do you like to play this type of games? Because don't please make us feel bad if you start playing some Petrov, some boring
No
chess.
worries.
Okay.
No worries.
Yeah, so I will check your games. I'm quite now excited to follow how you play. So you will have one supporter or fan from now on, and I believe a lot of.
That's motivating, actually.
Okay.
To me, it works motivating.
I'm quite excited to check your next tournament. So please inform me if you're playing some league. I'm quite curious. I will tell to viewers that I will play a game on 15th of December. I go to Hungary, most likely, or I don't know, 14th. I will see. 14th, 15th. I did some kind of weekend.
It's a league game, yes?
Yeah, it's a league game. So I'm quite curious to see how will I play, because now I got some insights from strong players. So I'm quite curious to see how I do. Let's go to Birdew. Let's check what has left. While in the meantime, Sandra can prepare some other players we would love to check. Some games.
I'm not sure.
You mentioned Ivanišević, that he's
Yes,
high on your
also,
list.
We have a lot of women, they play here on the tournament, and some of them are doing really great. Teodora Injac, she has, I will check, I think, just a second, yes, 5.5 points, and
Very good.
she's doing very good here. So far, she's the best female player, following by Sofia Pogorelski. Sofia, she lost 2 games in a row, but still she's doing great here on this tournament. Yes, we could check some other games, maybe to check what Ivan Šarić is doing.
Okay,
He's
good.
playing on 13 board. He's
We can see him on the camera. It's our left. I spotted him. He's playing against a Greek player, right?
Right.
Against Amatis. Am I correct?
You are correct. You are correct,
it's-
as always.
No, not always. Thank you for compliment, but yeah, I like the way how you support my statements. Sometimes I'm wrong, but it's really generous from you. So what's happening here? So Šarić is playing with black, which, he played my rouser. Thanks for that, because if you wouldn't notify me, then I would not follow this game. So it's rouser. I wrote a book together with Zdenko Kožul about Richter Rouser. They call this Kožul suicide variation. Jermolinsky called it because it's really hard, and we spent some sleepless night analyzing that. I played it so many times, scoring some many important wins. He did even better. Actually, you know how he started to play this line? So I will tell you guys a little bit more about it. So Kožul was playing some other, I would say, maybe some Sicilians and so on. And then he spotted an article of Panchenko, I think he was a great grandmaster from Russia, about this rouser, and he immediately got in love and he started to play himself. He added some new ideas. It's interesting because Kožul, he's a tactician, but he also can play endgames very well, and he can sometimes outplay also positionally. So it suited his style perfectly. He played it against, winning against Nigel Short, winning against Adams, winning against Shiro, all those heavy guns. Actually, Kožul became a European individual champion in 2006 by playing mostly rouser, winning, I think, against Kosintseva, against Svetushkin, some others. So it was his line, and I was playing some other stuff. And then he became my coach. I was already an IM, and I said, okay, let's do it together. And since I was, let's say, a little bit more versatile and I knew more about engines, so we started to analyze together. I gave him some new ideas, and I was mainly giving him also some better insight about the games, database use, and some other. And in some stage, I was really successful. I was winning many games against Vovk, against some others. So it was really pleasure to play this line, but it's so sharp that at some stage, let's say that, I don't know, do you have this feeling, Sandra, that, I don't know, you woke up not so great, having some headache, maybe you had some tough night in a bar, or you were just maybe. Exhausted, or the weather is not great, and suddenly you want to play like a normal game. And you come to the board, I think Sadler, who is an English grandmaster, 2650, before he was very strong, he said, I was traveling whole day to play Holland in the Dutch league. I was going there from London. I felt tired, I was not ready to calculate, to play sharp position, and suddenly I was playing some double pawns position where I need to be careful each move. So do you have sometimes positions or games that you say to yourself, why am I playing this? It's so tough to play it and I'm not ready to do so.
I had a lot of times bad choice, but actually you never know what is bad choice. We were talking about this. You can choose this one and after a game to regret that you choose that one, but maybe it would be same if you choose something else and then still you would have some problems from the opening, especially if it's not your time. But I think it's very important to know how you feel and to follow this kind of that kind of feeling and to think in this way also about preparation before the game and choosing some variations.
Yeah, my point was that you are an expert in one line, in one variation, in one field, and it's not easy to move away from this expert positions, expert variation, expert way to somewhere where you are not expert, but it's a little bit, the position is more calm. So I would come to the board and say, I will play Rouser because I spent so many hours. It's sharp. Today I need a draw, or draw is fine, but I spent so much time there. So let's move on with that line, although I'm not feeling great, but what to do? I will play. So basically we spent a lot of nights on that. We wrote a book, Richter Rouser Reborn, then we wrote an update. And it was funny, I got one insight that actually one Indian player, I think he's a GM now, he mentioned that to someone else that he bought a book, hopefully he bought a book, and he said that I spent some days and he has found only one hole, which, come on, Grandmaster armed with some strong engine has spent some sleepless nights and find only one hole, because the problem is, if you're writing a book, basically your target group is 2200, 21, 22, maybe 23, and for them you need to have some easy lines, some explanations, but sometimes you get some comments and tests from 2700 players who are basically just armed with engine, they have some experience and they find holes in your analysis. So it's very tough to please everyone. If I want to become a second, okay, give me a task and we will make some analysis which can stand 27 tests,
Exactly.
100 tests. Yeah. So basically my point is that in this line, usually F3 was played was Anand against Carlsen. I played this against Vetushkin. I won an important game in Sarajevo and some other stuff. So this is one of the lines where English attack setup is being played. The only difference that bishop usually is on E3. And in English attack of Najdorf, bishop goes to B7 usually. So you already committed yourself for bishop D7. So the point is after F4. So first, Black wants to take on F6 and double the pawns. That's why you go E6 to stop this and to be able to take with the queen. Queen goes to D2. Now knight B5, long castle is directed towards this weakness. So you play A6 to stop it, castles. And now you want to start rolling your pawns, usually when there are opposite castles. Who comes first with pawns and breakthrough is faster, so it's sort of race to be. Yeah.
Nothing. Sorry.
Yeah.
I thought I saw some
No
comment,
problem.
but sorry.
No problem. You can always jump in. So B5 is the idea to play, but you cannot play it because your knight is hanging. That's why you go bishop D7, and now F4 is the main move. B5. Problem here is that after bishop F6, queen F6 doesn't work because of this X-ray. So there is E5, D takes knight B5. So you're forced to take with the pawn. That's why I was not playing bishop E7. I wanted to have this bishop on the diagonal. Now white has several ways. One is to play something, but if he goes F5 at some stage, bishop will be activated and it could land to E5. That's why people are playing king B1. Queen B6, knight C6, bishop c6. I played many moves around here. Rook c8 I took on d4. I played many b4. I was playing me and Kozul. So queen b6. 2 days ago there was a video or story of Parham laughing with Vidit and some others that long castle is a problem in chess, because that means that for sure you need to play king b1 and stage. So it's slower than short castle. When you go short castle, you're fine. When you go long castle, king b1 is forced, and they were laughing. You found out only now that Vidit was saying, so they were joking. Maybe you noticed that somewhere. Queen b6, guys, in Sicilian, usually endgame favors black. So that's why white should avoid it. So black is threatening to take on d4. So knight c6 played, bishop c6. f5. Let's say here, I will tell you the secret. Bishop d3. Let's say queen c5, f5, e5. So here, the point is in this structure is that if you play knight d5 at some stage, with white you should be able to take with a piece. If you're taking with a pawn, usually engines tend to give advantage sometimes to white, but black is better. I've won against Istratescu, I've won against Eduard Romain, Kozul won, I think, also a few games. Branko Damljanovic was also playing this line. So first you need to know that the point in this position is that you take on d5 with a piece in the end. So now white wants to get this square, so usually there is an idea that you play bishop e2. But if you go bishop e2, I play rook c8. I'm threatening to play b4, so this one is hanging. And now if you protect, or I don't know, play somehow a move knight d5, I take, and you are not on time to take with the queen, because queen c2. And you won't see this anywhere. So Kozul showed me this trick. Here white plays bishop f1. And the point after rook c8 to play queen e2. I think only few people would know how to play this.
This is really nice
and
to go
b4,
to the first rank, starting position of a piece, but...
And this position is probably lost. The point is that at some stage white regroups. Today we have photo shooting. I like it. Mark is around. Thanks for that.
Thank you.
It's always nice to have good photos.
Always.
I'll try.
Yeah, so Mark is around. Greetings to him. He's official photo reporter of this event. Yeah, so let's get back to the board. So what happened here? f5, h5 was played with the idea of bishop h6. Do you feel that you are like on red carpet?
Yes.
Okay,
It's great feeling.
you deserve to be there. I believe that many viewers would confirm that we have gorgeous ladies in studio, Sandra and Lena.
Thank you very much.
So I think regarding beauty, we are quite good in this event. So queen e5 I played this line with black, and sometimes after queen f6 there is a possibility to play this line. Kozul played so many times against Volokitin. I played it also, so you're pawn down, but you have plenty of initiative and two bishops. So actually that's something which is possible, but also there are some other ways to play rook h6, for example. So I'm quite surprised that Šarić took this line. I played that, particularly this almost same position I played against him at this match for a Croatian title. I just want to show one also other thing. For example, here after queen c5 there is queen e1 move. With the point is that, let's say, if you play b4, then knight d5 is a move, and then there is ed, and there is also one cool thing. I will try to remember how it goes. Hang on, I will recall that there is some queen d5 famous move. So I'm trying to recall. For example, after queen e1, sometimes there is a way to play rook a7. with the point is, I don't know, if white plays some move, let's say, I don't know, h4, then here, if you take, I take, and
There
I
is
have
rook
rook
e7.
e7. Yeah, but there is one famous position. Actually, I spotted this during my game. I think that my opponent in this position played rook e1. And how this, I'm trying to recall how this game goes. Hang on, I will recall. I think if the queen is on d8, for example, rook c8, trying to recall, there is a fabulous trick. So something like knight c6, bishop.
In favor of black or in favor of white?
White, for example.
So still it's knight d5 motive end.
I'm trying to recall is in this position, there is a queen d5 trick in some positions. I'm trying to recall how it goes. And okay, here if the queen was somewhere else, and then after queen e7, king e7, there is e5 checkmate. I'm not sure how it works, but I can find if I will have a little bit more time. So I realized that suddenly the guy can play queen d5, and I was shocked. This was the first time I noticed that possibility. Okay, let's go back. So here we spent a lot of time. I played this with Šarić. I won this first game of that match. I won with Rauser, but then I lost 2 games. Knight d5 played, Šarić played rook e8, and I know that this c3 we spent like whole lifetime that this c3 bishop e3 is very dangerous. But the thing is, you're getting deep into some position, and you're playing this every rapid and blitz, every tournament, while your opponents are playing that, like say, once a year, and suddenly you have a huge advantage. When I was playing in US, this World Open, so I played against Robson. Robson was maybe 26-70, and he doesn't know me. I know about him. Probably he maybe saw some game, but he doesn't know much about me. And I know that he's an e4 player, that he's very sharp. And I'm coming to the game, pairings are not published. Only 5 minutes before. And I play Rauser, and suddenly he doesn't know anything about those lines. And he got completely lost. I just outplayed him like in 15 moves. But he's a good player, and he's a tricky player, and he has found a way how to make my life harder. It was a draw in the end. But I said, come on, I should play some countries and some tournaments where there are no pairings. You play Rauser, and in Rauser it's a completely different story if you're playing against a prepared opponent and not prepared. So if you're playing against prepared opponent, he will avoid like 15 moves, maybe some tricks, and he will get to a normal game. But with unprepared opponent, you can get like
It's different.
yeah,
Completely
like
different.
big advantage. So sometimes it's useful to have those type of lines. So what has happened here? Queen b6 was played. Šarić reacted f5. It looks to me that he has a great position, 2 bishops, but now he needs to find a way. He took. Ooh. This was known from Kotronias. You can check Kotronias against Kožul. It was also fantastic. Sometimes Kožul played for Croatia, number 1. Kotronias was playing for Greece. And then Kotronias was playing Rauser as well, the same line, but Kožul was doing that better. And Kotronias wanted to learn a bit, and he was entering it with white to learn what is Kožul up to. Kožul would win against him, like 3 times. And after the game, Kožul told me, we will analyze. He would shake my hands, said thank you for the analysis, and move on. So I was always having a laugh when Kožul was saying that. I beat him. He always asked for analysis. We sat down. I showed him some tips. He shook my hands, and we move
And
on.
goodbye.
Yeah. I think Šarić misplayed it a bit. But now it's like a complete mess. What's going on? Hang on. A rook down.
Is it a time trouble or not?
I don't know what this is, but this is complete crazy. And Šarić is quite skillful here. I will bet on Šarić. We see them on the camera. And Šarić now plays a move which seems to be drawing. So if you take on c3, of course, you are lost. But this is really crazy game. Rook f2 comes, but now some queen d5 according the engine draws, but I'm not sure. It's a time trouble. We can stay here for a while. Sorry, I had some kind of long intro, but I'm trying to offer you some material.
I
from my
enjoyed.
lessons.
I really enjoyed.
Thanks, guys.
I'm sure also people who are following us, they enjoy in all of your analysis with all of these games.
Thanks a lot, Sandra. I appreciate. I'm so happy.
I'm just honest.
Good. Okay, anything in chat? Anything you want to
In chat,
emphasize?
someone
Anything?
said that. Just a second, I want to check. I saw something interesting, like if Darda wins a game tomorrow, probably he will play against Injic. So it will be very interesting last round. If this happens, we don't know yet what will happen. Darda is a machine.
People
Bartel
rooting for
has
Darda,
now
yes.
won. Yes,
I mentioned that in the beginning that there are a lot of Darda's fans, which is cool.
it's one fun comment. David looks like Pia Kramling from the bird perspective, and no questions
I've
so
noticed
far.
that people were commentating our Armenian guest. It's funny that his surname is Nalbandian. I like tennis, so David Nalbandian, who played for Argentina, if I'm not mistaken, fantastic player. And what I loved the most, that for example, he would forgot that there is an ATP tournament around because he go to some vacation with his friend on a boat fishing, and then they call him. It's time to move on and go to Paris, to Roland Garros and some other stuff. He was like a bohemian, at least what I know. So I'm a big fan of David Nalbandian. He was a great tennis player, and yeah, I like how tennis players are becoming more and more attracted to chess. I know a few of them, so I'm quite curious to see, for example, Roger Federer has started to play because Ivan Ljubicic shared his passion. Hopefully we will see Novak Djokovic. Alcaraz has already participated in some chess events for promotion of chess. Whom else do we have? I heard that Medvedev was playing. I met Rublev this year in Croatia. He said that from time to time he plays the chess. What was cool, one Serbian tennis player, I met him, and he played very well chess. There was some intro and ATP Umag. It's Dusan Lajovic, and he's very good on the clay court, and he's a very nice person. I know because Borna Čorić also knows him well. And I said to Duce, or how they call it, Duci, that he plays chess from time to time, and even in this ATP tour they offered them some chess, and there was some promotional event, and basically you know how he won in this video?
No, I would
I
like
will
to
show
see.
you. And there is a video, and he was laughing.
Can we go
let's get
to a board?
Yeah, hang on, let's get the board. Random board we will need. Yeah,
Okay,
so I will tell you. So in Umag 2 years ago, for example, Alcaraz played against Sinner twice. Last year, who was the first seed? Musetti, maybe some others as well. Rublev was there, and Lajovic. Actually, he comes from Vojvodina, from Stara Pazova. I like him as a tennis player, and he's very nice, and he's one of my favorite because he's a one-handed backhand player. So he played in this promotional video, I think, against someone who was playing doubles. I think he's also from Serbia, but I'm not sure. So queen d5, and after knight c3, queen c6, he was laughing and executing this nice bishop b5. So I love it, and I met him there since I was playing my recreational tennis. I know some organizers, and I have this VIP whatever. So I met Dusan, and I asked him, and he said that he plays on chess.com, that he told me rating, but I'm trying to recall. It was semi-final match or quarter-final against Musetti, so I didn't want to push hard. I said, good luck in your match. Afterwards, we can discuss a little bit more. So I think he said that he was something like 2000, if I'm not mistaken, maybe even more. So he also plays chess. Borna Čorić, as I mentioned, he was world number 12. He won against Nadal twice, against Roger Federer twice. He won Cincinnati 2 years ago. 1 million was prize for the first spot, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, Borna is a great guy. He likes chess. I'm always providing him. He wants to buy this for someone, and then when you can find some nice chess set, then I'm usually advising him to buy this Zagreb 59, which were known where Tal and others were playing, and it's really cool from wood. And yeah, a lot of players are playing chess. There is tennis players. There is even this chess tennis. I was even planning to organize a grandmaster tennis tournament. Now Fressinet was joking that Mazet is best, so we need to keep chess, not just tennis, because he's very good in tennis. Actually, in Budva, last European teams, I was doing broadcast announcing that I will play a match against Mazet, that people can bet. Ivan Sokolov was betting on me. Even Magnus asked me later in the bus how I played against Mazet. I lost first set 6-2. I started with 1-0, but he's too strong. But it was on hard court, so that's not something we play in Croatia. So I'm waiting for him at clay. Iturizaga from Spain, former Venezuelan, also plays. Ante Brkic from Croatia, Fressinet. I think some Polish grandmasters. So we might organize some event.
It sounds interesting.
Yeah, there is this Ljubicic Academy in Loshin. 3 years ago, Thierry Henry was there together with Roger Federer. Wow. They play some tennis. Wow. So yeah, I will keep up with that. I love to organize those things. Maybe we will need some handsome referees. We will see some umpires.
You will need.
Yeah, so we will check. Maybe we can find someone. I don't know yet. Okay, so that was actually what was played. This bishop b5. So it's cool that people are promoting chess. Let's go to the games. So let's combine it with the camera. Let's see what's going on in Navarra against Darda. Navarra seems to be holding a bit, and he's tricky. Don't, guys, forget that he played a good saving game against Azerbaijani player. I'm trying to recall. I think it was around number 4 or 3.
I will check.
Oh, around number 2. So he saved himself. He was lost against Samadov. And yeah, so he knows how to play sometimes worse positions. So it won't be easy for Daniel to win that one. Hovhannisyan, has he made some improvement? Don't forget that those Armenians are really skillful in squeezing. So if I would need to bet, during, for example, Club Cup, Dragana Nikolovska was with me, greetings to Dragana, and I was saying to her that there are profile of players. So Gukesh was winning, according to engine it was +2, but sort of time trouble, 5 minutes approaching. And I said, if I would need to bet to find a player of like 3 players in the world who can save this position against Gukesh, Rauf Mamedov would be top 3 for sure. And he was completely lost, but somehow started to be nervous, started to shake the board. Gukesh also got this nervousness. He also became nervous. Rauf was playing some queen g4, pressing the clock. Knight started to jump, and suddenly Rauf is winning. But I said, okay, now I wouldn't put Rauf. Now I need someone else. So now, for example, Caruana or some others who can be very calm, who know how to squeeze. So this is type of profile. Regarding this position, if there is a player who can win that type of position, this would be Hare Krishna, for example, or Sargsyan, some that type of players. So this is a profile where some players have like stronger skills than others. But the thing is, don't forget that during a game we have different roles, different profiles. One is good in preparation, one is good in theory, one is good is equalizing, one is good is creating attack, and suddenly those roles are changing. Magnus, of course, I said I said to Dragana, we don't name Magnus because he's always, we can put him in any role. Squeezer, I don't know, the one who can maybe turn the tables. For example, Injic would be high on the list. If the position is worse, I said I would put Injic here. So this is kind of profile, and actually it happened. So I was so happy that stating something and then that happens in practice. Very, actually, very tough for white to do anything in this position, but Robert is that type of person who can squeeze water out of stone in this one. I don't know, I would put you in some positions now. I'm trying to think. Maybe if there is a slightly better position and it's time to create some initiative, I would maybe put you on the list.
Even I don't know where I would put myself. It's so different. I mean, I'm
Endgames.
thinking
You mentioned
while
endgames.
you are, yeah, endgames, probably endgames. Although, as I said, I can also make some big, huge blunders in making plans or something like that in endgames. But usually I think I would be good in endgames, especially rook endgames.
Okay, I know what will happen. We will all follow your games and suddenly...
Also some strategical position mid-games with some strategy plans or something like that, with feeling, with precise move order. It's not important, but it's important how you would maneuver you. That's what I think.
Yeah, so what will happen, as I mentioned, suddenly you will get some people who will support you, follow your games, and suddenly Sandra will end up in some endgame, rook's endgame, and everyone will say, but she said that she likes to play that type of things, so all eyes will be on you. So probably you might even remember that when this happens in your next tournament. In the meantime, let's check what's going on. I see that Ralph is suddenly dead lost. I mentioned before that he's not a player who likes open position, fully open position, and he likes to have knights on the board. So how on earth he got lost in this position? Some blunder was made. King f7. Strange decision. Very
He played
brave.
King f7.
Yeah, very brave decision. And coming back, and suddenly he got under attack, and rook f2 is just winning. Ralph is lost.
But he's also in time trouble, yes?
Yeah. Can we get the camera? We can combine it with the board. Maybe we can spot him somewhere on a bird view. No, we have him also. Which board is he? No, we don't have him, but we can find him. See him on the bird. You see that
Yes.
he's very nervous. Also, his opponent now. He will start to transfer this nervousness. How about you? Can you collect it from your opponent, or you're just poker face?
I can collect it. I'm not poker face at all. I regret that I don't have this kind of talent to use poker face or something, but usually while I play a game, you can just enter to playing venue to look at my face and to know if I have stable position, losing position, if I was in time trouble and I ruined my position.
So emotional player.
Yes.
Okay.
But
Usually
it
says something also about someone character, but it's not always the case. So it seems to me that white is just winning. Okay.
Yes, it
Yeah,
seems
rook h8 is coming, so king will disappear. King comes to h4, and suddenly there is no checks. Let's go full screen. Bird view. I think we will have resignation very soon because Ralph is completely shocked. What has happened? He will start shaking his head. If now you would be in the playing hall, you would sense this for sure.
For sure.
Yeah, that's why sometimes we're trying, guys, to provide you that feeling, what's going on in the playing hall. Okay, shake. Yeah, hands were shaken. Very nice win against from Pierun. He's, I think, outperforming really, really much. So, okay, no, I was completely wrong. So he had not so great tournament. He was moving around. He was lucky with his pairings, and suddenly came important win, and he's on +5.
He lost first round. That's why he didn't have so tough tournament by looking at his pairings after first round. Still, he had 4 IMs, 2 Grandmasters, and
Yeah, he lost first round against Croatian player, FM.
we can see
Yeah.
Pretke on
Yeah,
camera.
young player. Rauf was having a normal position and then suddenly misplayed it. I think he cannot, really understand what just happened, because it was dead equal, sort of, slightly maybe worse, but nothing tangible. He wouldn't expect to lose this type of position, and Piorun is having now a fantastic event with 5 pluses, which is huge. Let's get back the board. Let's check what's going on. Hovhannisyan, we will forget for a while. Yeah, David is putting a tough pressure, and this game is heading out of the time trouble. Let's find one with huge time trouble here. They already defined. We have the Rabeli against Motile. What's going on here? It seems that Alexander has outplayed Vasif. Stamatis. What's going on here? Let's take a look at this game. It's sort of equal, but the time trouble is still around. With Hugo, they're out of the time trouble. Muradli against Varmedan. Okay, they're out of the time trouble. Now, practically all the players. Okay, here there is a time trouble. So last 3 moves for black. He's calculating. Sugiro played rook h4. Emrecan is thinking. Some G move is needed, I guess.
Rook c1 is a threat, yes?
I guess you need to open the king and somehow run away, but it doesn't feel so easy for white. Sugirov is a tough player. He was 27 something. He lost rating, but I think that he's improving. He's gaining some rating. Maybe we can even find him in live list. 2700, if you still have, open it.
Yes,
Sandra, yeah,
I have.
yeah, that's
Maybe
it.
not.
No, that.
Yeah. Okay.
So Sugiro, where is Sugiro? Where do you see him?
Yes.
So, okay.
78.
He's moving a bit, but not so much. Last moments. 2 more moves. White needs to decide. Queen d2 played, maybe a good move. I don't know. Queen c5, queen h5 springs to mind. I don't know, is there other way?
Queen c5 is nice move. Still,
Pinning
rook
every-
is pinned, but also threatening rook c1, rook c2.
Rook c1, rook c2, queen h5.
I mean,
right.
it can be unpleasant for
I agree.
a white
I agree.
in time trouble.
I agree. At the moment, it's not so important if everything is correct. Rook d4. Okay. So what were the last moves? Are they repeating some moves? Not yet. Last move for white, last move for black. It's not an issue, I would say, in terms of time trouble, but still, it's a bit unpleasant for white. Usually, yeah, it's not easy to play when your king is less safer than opponents. Queen e1 or queen f2, or queen f2 probably you want to shut the diagonal. So I would bet on queen f2 as the last move from Emre.
Is last move of time trouble, yes?
Yeah, I spoke with Šarić today at lunch, asked him about his game against Emre. It was previous round, and he said, okay, I played this line, but I should have played something else, but I didn't like this, a4, a5, so I went for this move, allowing him b5, and then when it's calculations, yeah, he's very good. He's 25-50, 100 points less than me, but still, in that type of positions, I cannot outplay him so easily. And it was like easy draw for Emre with black against Šarić, which was very good. Last move, what do you play? You give check and then think later?
It happens a lot that when you're in time trouble, you're thinking, finding and estimate different solutions, and then in the end it's like 7, 6, 5, and you give a check. So it can happen. Okay, here it would be also probably logical.
I agree.
It doesn't look like a bad idea.
I agree. So rook c1 coming, I guess. Rook b4. Very strange, but he has this very strange move that he plays rook b4 in this position.
I agree. I don't understand, for example, this move.
Okay, he wants to protect the b7 at some stage. I don't see how this is important. And maybe to untangle the queen, but I really don't get it. Okay.
He was afraid of rook b3 probably later.
Ah, bravo. Thanks, Sandra. Yes.
But you helped me with b7, and then I started to think.
Yeah. Rook b3, you're completely right. Okay, now it's White's turn to think about maybe making some move like rook e6, this one, or moving the rook to unpin a bit, or this g4. Yeah, it's quite hard to say, but I expect that Emre now spends a lot of time. So let's summarize. We can check the cameras from the first 4 boards. We have a game on the board number 3. Not much has happened. White is still slightly better. David Navarra has been completely outplayed, so let's check that game. It seems that, yeah, here we left around, here let's have a board. Yeah, he was outplayed. Darda was moving back and forth, and then king f2 happened. Okay, g6 played. Last move in time trouble, ruining a bit because engine is screaming that some queen c4 just wins on spot with rook b2 threat or rook b1, but g6 is also a reasonable move, not to play just something randomly to go out from the time trouble, but maybe, yeah, he lost some serious part of his advantage. Let's see how Gumulars is doing. This is a really crazy game. Cheparinov was waiting a bit. f5 came, giving opponent a really good outpost.
Yeah.
I think our Lena would be happy when I would mention outpost. Okay, it's unclear what's going on. Black is better, I guess. Motilev, we left, I don't know where we left, but it was complicated. Sacrificing the exchange, I told you how Vasif is sharp. And yeah, he overestimated his sacrifice. You
Nice
cannot take
game by
on
Motilev,
d4 because you will be pinned and you will drop the piece. So that's why this was played, and this king march, which is always cool, just winning for black. Very nice. It will be very nice win from Motilev. He's, of course, when he's in a good shape, he's completely underrated. Bartel, let's see this game for beauty prize. So we left around here. Rook F2, really, really a great move.
Followed by knight b4. These two moves are somehow
Yeah,
connected.
one sacrifice is possible to find, but two sacrifices was awesome. Big kudos to Mateusz. Being a rook down, but he correctly estimated that this is a better position of black. I'm really now surprised how black made it look so easy. To sacrifice whole rook, you need to be very confident and brave. Fantastic game, really. Kudos to Mateusz. So he's now on +5 as well. So good tournament for him. Then we have
Is
draw.
this one of the best games so
Yeah,
far?
I would say. I was asked by my friend and colleague Malcolm Payne, greetings to England, who is also ECU vice president and involved in English Chess Federation, London Classic. He asked me about some games, good games from this tournament, to send him a few days ago. So I will update, because probably he's making some article or something, to update him that this is the one to show to the viewers or to magazine readers. Then we have Šarić, who is actually playing a very tough game, ending up some equal position in the end. So he will be, if this happens as a draw, he will be on +4, which I think is still enough for qualification. He has good, I think at least that he has. Can you check his additional criteriums? How is his Buchholz on the standings?
Yes, of course. 6 points, yes. Šarić Ivan.
Hang on, is he on +4 or +3? So he was on 6th and out of 9, so that's +3.
+3.
No, so he will be +3, which is not enough, so he needs to win the last game. Then we can move on with Vityugov against Yilmaz. Vityugov is winning, playing tough games, but somehow we expected to see him more on top boards. For example, I don't know, that Injic is black against Vityugov, that would be really tough pairings. So Vityugov is trying to find his best shape. Varmerdam completely lost against Muradli Muhammad. Emre Can is thinking. We have draw in Grondelius against Kuparadze. Just to explain to viewers that this is one of the most interesting players in circuit. He played for a Georgian national team. He would play a game, and for him it's normal that he ends game with more time than he has started. And it's not important if he loses or he wins, the same thing. So usually he's just playing blitz games. Even Anand was not playing that fast, so he's one of the most interesting players. And I recall that Jobava said that, okay, we got too used to that. He was an IM, now he's a GM. He said he just blitz all the moves, and that's how he plays. So let me try to check the clock now. I'm quite curious to press. So it was draw. So let's check the final time of Koparadze. Hour and 21 minutes.
Is this possible?
Yeah, this is how he plays. And his opponent was on 40 seconds, and Giga is on 1 hour and 21. I think that from his point of view, time is overestimated in chess, so no need to have.
Lucky him.
Yeah, he is one of the biggest advocates of rapid and blitz, because he doesn't need time to make his moves, and basically he just made it look so easy, and he's putting pressure because you want to take a stroll. You want your opponent to think a bit during the game, and suddenly the guy is always making moves. So he's the one to follow. Can you check, please, his tournament?
Of course, which table?
Yeah, he was playing somewhere, I think, like 20 something, 17th. So he's doing quite well. I would say he was black.
Yes.
Okay, not fantastic in terms of rating, but he's on +3, like Šarić.
She lost just, I mean, one game, second game against Turkish chess player, international master.
Ivanchuk has made a draw against Grigorians, so Ivanchuk will also need to make a win in the last round. Santos, Jaime, Latasa is pressing. Ivanišević lost against Svane. Probably some crazy game, I don't need to say it twice. Oh yeah, typical stuff. G4 in all those lines is trademark of Ivan. He likes to play this. Hang on, he was winning. Let me try to figure it out. Oh, he blundered that. He blundered that after this. He just takes, and the rook is falling, I guess, or he didn't want to.
He didn't.
Ivanišević in his prime, let's say 10 years ago or 15 years ago, he would have spotted it for sure.
For sure, I agree.
But now, sometimes he's playing aggressive openings, but not calculating so fast as before, although probably some rook d5 was played, yes, of course. So he still has it, but in a different way. Oh, come on, knight g6. That's Ivan's style.
Queen d5. I like
Yeah,
his
but
chess
then
style.
great. Injic is similar, but Injic is somehow more sound. So,
More solid maybe in this crazy style.
yeah, exactly, Sandra. I think he's okay, and then he got outplayed. So, tough situation for Ivan. He was hoping, I mentioned this before, he need to come to the last two rounds, hoping to score an important game, but he didn't do it. Okay, some other games in progress. We have some draws. Manuel Petrosyan is losing, which would be hard for him. Velimir Ivić has won the game, so he's +3 or +4. +4 maybe. So Ivić is on fire. How many points?
I'm trying to find.
He's a little bit down. I think he was +3 and now he won. A little bit down. Yeah, somewhere around here. Yeah, on the end of the list. You see him?
Yes.
So he was 6 out of 9. So
He
that's
won,
+3.
yes,
So he's
7.
+4. But he has a bad tiebreak. So that might happen that he will need to win the last one as well. At least being white.
He had very slow beginning of the tournament. Ivić, a few draws and.
Let's check our Turkish starts. So Gurel, he's pressing, but I think he desperately needs to win. So Gurel is on +3. If I'm not, or +2 maybe even. I think he was 5.5. Can you go down, a bit down? Yeah, around here somewhere.
Yeah, here is.
And he has great, solid tiebreak, but he's on +2, which is not enough. He needs to win 2 games. I expected that he will have a good chance to qualify, but now it didn't happen. How about Erdogmus? He has made a draw. Erdogmus is +3. I think he's.
Just a second, I pressed. For me, it's.
So Gurel was on +2, Erdogmus +3, Yilmaz +3. Erdogmus might need to win, but I don't know about his tiebreak. Kan Emre is doing fine. How Attila Kuru did, but I think he lost yesterday, so I think he's far away. Pretke is trying.
Kuru Attila 5 points.
No chance for
So
qualifying.
far, yes, without this round.
So let's just briefly check the cameras one by one, and then we will have a break.
We had some suggestions for guests. but
Yeah, also guys, keep in mind that some players, yeah, they want to rest a bit. Last round is starting at 1 p.m. So yeah, they are maybe on a verge of qualifying, or maybe also fighting for medals. So yeah,
there is a question also who are the leaders, so we can mention one more time Alexander Injic, still
Yeah.
a leader of tournament.
probably he will be a half point ahead of Darda if everything happens normally, and then depends will Hovhannish and Robert manage to press against Chigai, but it seems to me that Darda is a little bit far away from winning, so this game will really last some long time. He's a bit nervous. Let's move on with other games. So who can
Be
spot?
spotted.
Yeah, many players around. So it's getting nervous. You need to take into consideration that players are fighting for World Cup spot. It's very tense. If you were not in the Motilev
He still plays, yes.
has
They
shaken
just
hands. He won the game.
Finished.
Yeah, maybe he would be a person interested in studio.
We will check if he would be interested, if he's not tired from preparation for game and from today's game. Very important win for him. Motilev with today's win goes to 7.5 points, which is great.
+5.
+5 so far. He has a great tournament.
So
I
he
would
qualified.
say.
He can think tomorrow about playing for a medal, even maybe. Depends of criteriums, because even he loses, he will come to +4. So probably, how about his tiebreak? Can you check?
Of
So
course.
is he there to risk? Okay, his tiebreak is solid, but I don't believe it's super great. So Motilev is having a normal tiebreak, yeah, quite a good one. So, Sandra, what do you think? Is it the moment that we go for a break?
Yes, we should go for a break, maybe to ask also Motilev if he is interested to be here as our guest. He won a game, probably he is happy, so we will check this and we will see.
Yeah, I think it's the right moment, as we mentioned. So guys, we're coming back soon.
Chess connects us all, across countries, across borders. For those who travel for the game, staying connected shouldn't be a challenge. Introducing Global Cell, the official telecom provider of the European Chess Union. Connectivity is just a tap away. Simple, fast, and ready wherever you are, wherever the game takes you. Global Cell's eSIM works seamlessly across Europe and beyond. No SIM swaps, no waiting. Global Cell's eSIM is quick to install and reliable every step of the way. Stay connected with players, friends, and family no matter where you are. Share your checkmates instantly with effortless connectivity. From every tournament to each new city. Stay connected as you move and prepare to win. Join the thousands who enjoy true freedom on the go. Sign up today and make Global Cell your next move.
Welcome back, guys, to our studio. As we said, maybe we will have some guests, but so far we will continue with following games.
Yeah, from the round, it's not easy, as I mentioned, to bring the players because tomorrow they will need to change their routine. The round is starting a bit earlier. Maybe some of them are even packing, needing to go to some other event. So it's important that we have interesting moves around, and this is the case in Navarra against Darda. Let's get the board, combine it with the camera. Yeah, the problem for David that this is a huge asset, and black will move around forever. So David, of course, is completely aware that he's sort of in danger, but it's not easy to run away. If he loses a game, he will be on +3, and concerning his tiebreak, he will maybe even with +4 be away from the qualifiers. So for him, is essential to make a draw here. Darda, of course, he knows if he manages to win this one, he will end up on 8 out of 10, fabulous result, probably securing him a spot at the World Cup, and also he can play for winning the championship, which is a great chance. So, a lot of things on stake, very important moment for the whole tournament, 2 directions, 2 scenarios, so it will be very interesting to have an eye on this game. David is getting really a long time, which is not a great sign for his fans, but yeah, he's also capable to find some way to hold the game. Anything you want to add, Sandra?
Nothing special. I was thinking about position that queen e5 could be threat at some point when pawn on f7 is protected. Of course not anymore because he centralized queen. It looks like logical move.
Yeah, it looks, but engine is saying that is awful move. So I don't know what is the case here. Maybe now king is stripped. So after queen a7, king needs to go somewhere, f1 or f3. And maybe here, I don't get what is the issue. I'm trying to figure it out. So why queen d5 is bad now? So what was better? No, I don't believe. I think that anyway, the position is quite bad. So I don't believe that this move is changing the assessment. How about Hovhannisyan? He's pressing a bit, but it seems to me that Maxim is doing a great job in saving himself. There is no other result than loss, win, and a draw. Sometimes you would like to add some part also to the player who was pushing, but after the game is finished and it becomes a draw, it's not important who was a better or worse side of a draw. So yeah, you had some better position, you were pawn up, you were squeezing, but that doesn't mean much if you get the same result as your opponent. What do you think, Sandra? Is sometimes chess maybe not fair because you played a great game, you were squeezing, you blunder one, perpetual or stalemate, and suddenly you both get the same
That's a big
result.
problem in chess.
You think
Each
so?
sport has some part where you can say it's unfair. Sometimes, okay, I mean, if it's knocked out system, maybe it's not your day that day when you play and you lose a match. In chess, you can play 40 great moves, you can have much better position, you can control everything, and suddenly you can blunder something and to lose a game or to make a draw which doesn't work for you.
Yeah, I recall that Ivano Balic, he was a great handball player. He was actually awarded as the best in the world in few years. He was carrying Croatian national team to some fantastic results, for example, Athens Olympics, gold, and so on. He said the statement or his quote was that sports in general brings you more tougher situations, but and maybe situations you regret, you take it hard, but one big success actually just rebrush everything, and you are actually the one who forget all those bad things in your career. I think for Injic that might happen. Okay, he already have this gold from European teams, but anyway, if you manage to become a European individual, that you tend to forget all those losses, mistakes, blunders, tough trainings. So I would agree with that in general, sport chess is quite cruel. Many of them, many players, I recall one game, for example, Anand against Mamedyarov. That was a fabulous game when Anand has blundered a checkmate in a classical game, like in 14 moves. And have you seen this scene? Do you recall that?
I don't. It sounds familiar, I saw, but now I don't have this concrete scene in my head.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember.
No, I believe that you will improve your memory by this commentary. Somehow it's necessary and it comes, it flows. So what has happened? Basically, Anand was playing against Mamedjaro. Of course, Anand not in his prime. I think it was some Stavanger, maybe Norway. And they played Petrov defense, and Anand played queen b5 with white, and suddenly there is a queen sacrificed to f3, knight h4, and it's a checkmate. And Anand plays queen b5, he just writes a move, input a move, think for a second, and then realized that he just blundered a checkmate. Mamedjaro was walking, and then Anand raised his hand, and suddenly Mamedjaro is going to sit, and he doesn't understand, is it a draw offer? Because for him was like a normal, slightly better position for white or equal. But then Anand told me, I'm resigning. And then Mamedjaro was calculating. Oh, really? So actually he was not aware that there is a checkmate threat at all. So it was one of the funniest scenes. So to be able to get over it as a fantastic world champion, Vichy is a fabulous player. I like him a lot. We go for sometimes for a dinner, exchange some messages. So he's one of my greatest heroes. And to be able to get over it, that type of loss, but he told me that that will happen in even some careers of like prominent players in future, Gukesh and some others. So they just need to get used to it. Going back to Vichy during Chennai, I was so shocked how big star he is in Chennai. It's sort of like Cristiano Ronaldo or maybe Rolling Stones. When he's walking around, then people just run. And it was funny, since I was a Croatian delegate at the Congress, and together with Vichy, he invited me to go to the playing hall from time to time because he had like VIP transfer. And it was like 1 hour maybe drive, and we were going there together. And when the policemen and security, they realized that this is Vichy Anand, suddenly the face completely changed. They opened the doors, and I come out. People are then surprised, who is this guy? Okay,
they're
but
wondering.
Yeah,
like,
I was moving around, and suddenly Vichy comes out of the car, and people start running. I don't know, like someone would take a selfie, someone just some signature photo, whatever. And really, I was adoring how he was very polite. Actually, he said one very cool thing that he never knows. Maybe spending too less time to someone who is a really big chess fan, and maybe sometimes like a long time with someone who is not a real chess fan and just want to have a selfie. But I was shocked, and at some stage it was funny, I would say, because I saw that there is no chance that he enters a playing hall in that case, and I was just walking in front. I would stop by while he's doing that selfie stuff and everything, and then I would say, Vichy, is it maybe a moment that we go? And he said yes. Yeah, and somehow I didn't know the concept, but I was quite good in doing that at the proper moment. Sensed that that's maybe now a wise sentence from my side that we move. But anyway, just I was so impressed, guys. You should see this. He's a really huge hero, and Vichy is a legend, and I'm so happy that he's around. He's doing many promotional things, and yeah, everyone loves Vichy. Have you met him maybe somewhere?
I met him on European Club Cup this year in Vrnjačka Banja. Actually, there is a story behind this, because I met him on the opening ceremony. I don't know if you remember, you were there, and then Vichy, he got some present of Serbian Chess Federation, some actually from ECO or from, I'm not sure, and he got some chocolates. And then he was, giving people there, and then he gave me somehow chocolate, and I said, I don't know what to do with this chocolate. Should I eat to play as well as Anand, or should I keep this? Then my friend said, if you eat, then you cannot keep with you. So try with keeping this chocolate behind you while you're playing. And I lost first game, then I ate chocolate, and then my tournament started to be better. So I met him. He's very nice, very polite, with very nice energy, calm. I really liked him, and I admire his success and everything he did.
He's a great player. He's a legend. I remember that his first match I was following a bit closely was his match against Kasparov in 1995. It was actually played in New York City in Twins, if I'm not mistaken, World Trade Center. And how he was playing this Scheveningen and everything, it was fabulous. Later matches, and he's always having fun, joking with me, because he was the one who was playing this match against Topalov in Sofia, and because of Icelandic volcano eruption, the plane traffic stopped. And he needed to go there with the car, and he took all the equipment and everything. So they were traveling from Germany, where he was living, to Sofia, which is a long trip, and he knows the name of that volcano. Usually Icelandics, they have these tough names, so I also invested some time so I can also say the name of that volcano, Eyjafjallajökull. So I learned from him. So
can you repeat?
Eyjafjallajökull. Yeah, so this is the volcano, but he knows some other words as well, so we are sometimes joking because of that volcano, but now they have another one, so we might learn that one as well. Yeah, so I like to hang on with Vichy. He's really a great player. Okay, what's going on? Anything, something you want to check? Somewhere to go?
People are asking, can Motiljev come in the studio?
I got an info that he's not staying in this hotel, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm wrong, but this is how I got that info, that he maybe will come. We'll leave the playing hall, immediately come to the room, then take a mobile phone. I was sending him a message, I think, yesterday. And I understand that he might leave the playing hall and go to his apartment to rest before the crucial last round. Once again, to remind you, it's 1 p.m. What do you think, Sandra, regarding this last round change? It's also understandable. You're also an arbiter, that you want to prepare the closing ceremony, pack things, and prepare other stuff and so on.
I would say 1 p.m. is perfect. It's not morning, like 9 a.m., 10 a.m. 1 p.m. is fine for players, I would say. It's near to 3 p.m., so we have a 2 hours difference. Still, it's not too early, and also for organizers to prepare closing ceremony, it's also fine. So I would say it's fine.
Yeah.
If I say it's fine,
I understand. I got it. Yes, because you're not a morning person.
exactly.
Yeah. Regarding closing ceremonies, sometimes it's very important to make it as fast as possible, because I recall one club cup, I think it was Porto Karas or somewhere in Greece, where there was some Russian team, and Grischuk was a captain of that team, or a player, and I think they won the event, and there was like a huge gap between the last round and the closing ceremony. So they were celebrating, similar like Serbians in basketball, this bronze. And actually it was funny to see Grischuk kissing the trophy and some other stuff. So yeah, also that should be taken into consideration when to organize the closing ceremony. So what I just spotted is that Navarra is now dead lost, and actually it seems that Darda is just winning the game, and it will be probably a forced pairing, except if Robert wins the game. So we expect that Injic play against Darda, pieces are Correct. All right. So Inčić will be a half point up. So Darda half point behind. It will be very, very interesting game. I don't believe that this game will steer to a draw after the opening. Inčić will play something active, so he won't beg for a draw for sure. So 3 outcomes are possible. I'm quite excited that we will get this type of game. Well, if everything happens.
We would like to see these two players to play one.
We want some drama, right?
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, but guys, I need to jump in and say that regarding to our plans, unfortunately, Sandra won't be joining me tomorrow. Yeah, Sandra, I think you did a great job. I know that you had some previous experience in broadcasting, but not so recent one. I think you fitted perfectly. People like your charm, like your comments, your positive energy. I'm also happy to see broadcast, how broadcast is screaming. Sandra is gorgeous, Sandra is great, of course, together with Lena. So I'm so happy for you that you tried this one. I know it was not easy, that you came a bit late, some arbiter job around, but I think that everyone was happy, and I'm quite proud, and I think you should be as well.
Thank you very much.
Guys, so we need to support new faces, but I'm quite confident that we will see Sandra together with Lena, but we will see Sandra quite a lot in the next ECU events.
I enjoyed here spending time with you, and of course Aloysia helped me a lot. I didn't have so much experience just in 2015, and from then almost 10 years pass. In meantime, I didn't do this job, so you were great, as a main commentator, and I was following you, but it was very easy for me, so thank you very much.
Yeah, so guys, I think you should also use this chance maybe to congratulate Sandra in chat. Some support would be nice to see additional one in chat. As I mentioned, you are really now like great asset of European chess. You can fit in many roles. We won't forget that you are also a player, that you share this passion of playing. I like this and I respect this a lot. How you really like to check some games, some positions. Hopefully we will see you playing in some new tournaments. I was getting some messages that people now know more about you, that some new doors, new possibilities might be opened. I guess that no one will regret if they invite you to some tournament or for some lesson. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed.
Thank you very much.
Okay, guys, let's go full screen. In the meantime, let's check what's going on in the playing hall. We can go bird view as well. So we see Predke. Okay, we see Cheparinov, I would say like a main gun. Varmedram has just finished. So what has happened there? Max has lost the game. So he's not feeling great, I guess. No qualification spot for him. Muradli is now on plus, if I'm not mistaken, plus.
He will have 7 points out of
10, so it's plus 4, which means that, he might need a win, but maybe also a draw is an option. Cheparinov is still playing. He is fighting. I think I spotted Emre Can. He's playing against Yugirov. On our right, there are several players. We mentioned Predke. We mentioned also that there is Alan Pichot. There is Kollars. They are all trying to win desperately. Penultimate round game, trying to break through and to get a chance to play for the qualification sport. On our left, I think it's Jaime Santos Latasa. He's also trying. He's playing against Vugar Rasulov, and it seems to me that he's doing quite well. Anything you want to check? Maybe it's a moment that you mentioned some norms, because there are a few players who were doing quite well in this tournament, if you don't mind.
Yes, of course. So far we have international master Kosakowski Jakub from Poland. He got grandmaster norm, and
Yeah, he got the title. I would say that he's a new grandmaster, if I'm not mistaken. So I think that he got this title.
okay, his
Maybe I'm
title.
wrong. Yeah.
Maybe not. I'm trying. I have this paper from arbiters and trying to see. Then we have Chamlar Arda
yeah.
from Turkey, scoring 5 out of 9 points and becoming new
GM.
new GM. Yes, exactly.
No, I think you're right. That's just, you're completely
I'm a
right.
bit confused.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're right. I think they are getting an IM norm, but maybe with some possibilities if the last round happened better. But I think this is a G. This is an IM norm. Okay. Anyway, it will be officially published on the ECU account. So yeah, let's leave this for a while.
In meantime, I will mention women. So in meantime, Teodora Injac made a draw on 46th board, I would say, against Asadli Vugar, which is for sure a good result. She has 6 out of 10, which is a great result so far.
I see that Ruslan Ponomarev was struggling in this event. He is not doing great, but what to do? He said that he comes to enjoy somewhere when he thinks that he will feel well. Let's check how Vignir is doing. He was carrying this metal T-shirt. Was it Metallica or something like that? So he got Lena's attention, but I don't see him in the playing hall. When I was a kid, I would wear something similar, maybe some Kurt Cobain T-shirt, but then I switched.
I would never say.
Yeah? Okay, crazy young people. Yeah, some jerseys of some club.
That's fine, I like jerseys.
Yeah, I know that there was a story during Club Cup how Gelfand was playing against Ivanchuk, and Gelfand is a fan of Real Madrid, of Barcelona, while Ivanchuk is a fan of Real Madrid. And Gelfand came with Real Madrid jersey to the board, to the game, and suddenly Boris felt super motivated because he wanted to show that Barcelona spirit is stronger. He was outplaying Chucky, but in the end it was drawn, although Gelfand was playing superbly. And then he was saying that you see this El Clasico also made it to a chess game, and it was funny. Next day there was a real El Clasico, and I watched it a bit. Barcelona won heavily against Real Madrid with Yamal and other stars, so I think it was like 4-1 or 4-0, although I'm a Luka Modric fan. But anyway, sometimes players are coming with some jerseys, while Vignir was coming with this heavy metal stuff, so we noticed him. And today he's doing quite well. He's playing against Neverov, who is like this, not legendary player, but I know him when I was playing this massive open in Pardubice like 25 years ago, something like that. He was there at that time, very dangerous grandmaster, 2600. He was playing next to me at some games. Actually, that was my first successful tournament. So it was 2000, I'm trying to recall, 2004. Usually you will have like 500 players, and it was funny part of it, so you will have like a blitz tournament, problem solving tournament, marathon 24 hours, then pairs, then whatever. And actually I was playing the tournament and I lost, I won first 2 rounds, then lost 2. I was 2 out of 4, and then I won 5 in a row, and I was sharing second place. I think the tournament was won by Grigorians, who is playing here today. He has made the draw against Ivanchuk. And it was cool to come to podium, to see Hracek, 2650 rated at that time, many grandmaster, and suddenly some IM for Croatia is at the podium, sharing second place. Oh, it was cool. My friends even went to Pardubice to pay a visit. They were not chess player. One was a football player from my sport gymnasium, and they were having fun. We played football tournament. There were some side events. Okay, some night tournaments as well, but I will leave those stories aside. So it was cool. So what is this endgame? What do you think? Any chances for Vignir against Nevero? Nevero was usually a tactician, but yeah, it's very interesting. Maybe you could input this in our table base. That's an option, of course. You don't need to do it if you don't like it so much, but maybe that info
Of course.
will
I'll do
useful
that.
for play, but I'm not sure how many pieces is. It's 2,
Let's see.
4, 6, 7. I'm not sure it's 7 pieces or 6 pieces. So 6-man database. So I don't believe that this position will. Okay, no information available. So at the moment there are some other database not live when there is option, I think, even for 7-man, but here we won't have a final info before some
Sadly.
some pawns will be changed. There are also some programs where there is one piece from each side, light piece, or here, for example, a rook. But we won't input that at the moment. Let's check what do we have. So Vignir is maneuvering. Let's find out which games are still in progress. Leon Livajic, Croatian player, another rook endgame. So now your expertise come because you like Sandra rook's endgames. It's very interesting. If black pushes, white,
King has to go, yeah, G2 or H2.
and then black will wait. Let's check what's going on.
Did something happen on first board?
Yeah, I wanted to
Darda?
go from down.
We could
so
also go
yeah.
with the camera to see.
Yes, exactly. Oh, that's cool. That black is not winning here. It's very strange, but that's the case. Callers.
We
so
have
many.
position from.
Yeah, I will go up. I was just trying to check what is going on in the games in progress. A lot of rooks and games. This looks like a winning for white. Emre Can against Sugiro. Yeah, it actually Sugiro got into the problems, and he's having a tough time at the moment. What did Šarić play?
He made a draw.
And David Navarra. Oh, pawns endgame. Let's stay here. It's we can go full screen because I think everything will be visible. Yep. Last moments.
Second score sheet.
Some players are very annoyed when they need to ask arbiter to get second score sheet, but I believe when you are around, It's always
Always on time, even before.
so. There will be a pass pawn coming, so I do expect that yeah, probably a lot of things wins. Now David is trying to stop Darda's king, but it's quite obvious. I feel a little bit bad, but that's sport. That's sport. Of course, you can sit at home, no stress. You can watch other games. But listen, when I sort of finished my career, I was when I was entering playing hall for like few tournaments, I felt quite not bad, but it was tough. Suddenly, I regretted a lot. And I had this feeling because, as I mentioned, I played for Croatian national team. We were sharing third place at the European teams, leading after 5 rounds. So I was playing on the first tables, cameras around. So I sensed sort of like important chess, and I know some players. And suddenly, this feeling of loss, this feeling of some uncertainty. You don't know what will happen before the round. You're coming there. For example, I recall when I was playing this tiebreak with Italiano, who was 27-50 at that time. I was in Dresden. I could come to the playing hall from 2 sides. I came to the playing hall, and I didn't know which side I took. So I was so focused, and I would say determined, and suddenly you don't have that type of emotions around. So yeah, it's also a little bit sad because you need to start doing something else. You miss that feeling. So when I'm watching those games, it doesn't come back. But when I enter the playing hall, I immediately get some scenes, some memories when I was playing a good move, then I stood up, I went to the toilet, when I won an important game and suddenly people are congratulating. Yeah, I miss it a lot, basically, but of course I'm not a pro anymore, but I understand that David now will be probably crashed.
Yes.
Yeah, now he's just trying to make some psychological trick, but anyway, Darda knows that he's winning. You will be without the stress, but also being a professional athlete, it's sort of blessing because you feel some things which you won't feel it somewhere else. So yeah, when I enter playing hall, I sense this immediately, but from a side, not. So from time to time, even during the broadcast, when we have a break, guys, I go to the playing hall. It's much easier. I'm scanning the game, so I can immediately see, okay, let's take a look at this game, which is not easy when you're just clicking, and it wouldn't be nice for you viewers if I'm just going quickly one by one. But when you're strolling around, you can check all the games. So, for example, Club Cup, I'm strolling around, then I come to Sandra's game, then I check what she's doing, and I move on. And it's a feeling I like to, from time to time, to get. So F5 came, because in my soul I'm a chess player. I'm a chess fan still. Whatever I will do in my life, I'm still a big chess fan. I like books. For example, when I was in Iceland, after Bobby Fischer has died a year before, I was reading some books about him. I went to his grave. I don't know, it felt to me like special. Okay, what's going on? F4 is coming. And also I'm getting those feelings, I don't know about you, Sandra, I'm getting some memories when I I don't know, sitting in my apartment, in my room, working on end games, having some ambitions, having some, I don't know, some feelings that I will learn, I will improve. I don't know what is the limit, and so on. Please say me, add something.
I'm thinking what else to say after, I mean, you just explained very good situation when, for example, you are not any more active player, or for example, in my case, when I'm an arbiter, sometimes I regret, I feel this energy while players are playing their games. A lot of times I just want to sit and to continue to play someone's position. It's so big desire to sit there and to play. Of course, okay, arbitring job is something different, nice in own way of doing that, but when you're a chess player and you in your heart, let's say, then you will always be player and have this kind of energy. Doesn't matter if you're still playing professionally or not.
Yeah, I fully agree. And okay, there are some players who are not like real chess fans. They just want to compete. They want to have the best career as possible, to win many games, and in their like spare time they are not following all the events. But I love this history. My favorite book I mentioned is Russian versus Fischer. I love some insight how they were treating him super seriously, but still he was able to win, and some others. So as I mentioned, if guys, there are a few books if you want to improve. I read this Krogius, Psychology in Chess, also those two books I mentioned from Jonathan Rawson, who is a grandmaster, Scottish, but also I think he has PhD in psychology. He's a lecturer, professor. Chess for Zebras and 7 Deadly Chess Sins. For example, those 7 Deadly Chess Sins, they left a really huge impression over me, and then suddenly I was starting to think about some topics. For example, he says about speaking with your pieces. Of course, not exaggerating. There are some players who speak with themselves, but it's not the same. So speaking with the pieces, for example, you have some rook and you ask him where do you want to go, or you have a knight and suddenly you see a perfect spot for that piece, and then you're finding a route, or finding the concept how to go there, and there are several other stuff, and actually I improved a lot. The point is, when you read that type of books, then you got somehow overexcited about some topics, and then next few months you're trying to execute, but in the wrong circumstances. But when things settles, then suddenly you are doing this in a proper way, you calculate better, you are ready for invisible moves, so suddenly your mindset open up. So I was quite impressed by several books, and they made strong impression on me. Also, when I was buying, for example, new chess, I know that somehow some older colleagues would say, why are you reading, why are you spending, why are you subscribing? But I learned a lot also from that. So I think it's very important to be a chess fan as well. Although these days, sometimes there is one-sided information, and people say I'm working on chess, but basically they are just watching videos by videos. They are not thinking themselves a lot. So I think still a good book, and then you are not in a hurry, and your placing pieces is still very worthy. For me, Alexander Alekhин's book, I think it was on Serbian, My Road Towards World Champion, was one of the best, and it actually helped me a lot, because I think Alekhin is one of the best champions in terms of the way how he used tactics for positional purposes. So he would see that he can play some invisible move and then transfer his knight somewhere to a better square. So that type of books, I think, are really, really instructive, and helped me a lot to become a better player. So final moments, maybe we can get a board. Hokanishan has made a draw. We can check the camera. I think they left. Yeah, the board is empty, so we will focus on David Navara, and it seems that tomorrow we will have 4 pairings. Injic versus Darda. Darda will be white, and he's playing for a title. Big kudos to Darda, because last year being a bronze medalist, and this year having a chance to win the title probably means a lot.
Probably it means a lot, actually, for sure. And we don't know if Injic or Darda who will be more motivated. Probably both of them would be very, very motivated to play a game to win.
Yeah, of course, Injic have a different role. He's black. He's a half point ahead. But anyway, this is the thing I was mentioning. At some stage, you know that you need to prepare a lot. There is some uncertainty. I don't know what will happen. But in the end of the day, this is what I was trying to give you as a point. You feel happy because you are in that position that all eyes on you. As a kid, suddenly you have those memories. As a kid, you were hoping that you will have those limelights, that you will be there fighting for a gold. Maybe your national anthem will be around. So I think, and that moment you realize that it's sort of tough, but it's also a big pleasure. But anyway, this can also go wrong if somehow Darda misplays it, but I don't believe. So maybe we should get a board to check this one. So what is happening around King e4 played? H4, interesting. So the point is that white is waiting, and then when black pushes, the point is that white is hoping that he will have.
If G4?
Probably just wins a spot. The point is that white is hoping for some opposition, but then G4, as you mentioned, is coming. Although black is checking, and rechecking. In this circumstance, you start to recheck everything. Yeah, I see in chat that people are quite happy with your role, congratulating. I fully agree with that. Some support is needed. This is like a first, after how many years you mentioned?
9 years.
9 years, first championship where you were around. It was a great pleasure. We learned about you more, even me. I knew you as a player, but I was not familiar with your style, things you favor. So it's now very interesting. It will be interesting to follow your games a bit more.
Yeah, thanks also to our followers. They were great these days. We got a lot of compliments all together as a team. So thank you guys.
Yeah, some positive energy is needed. I have this concept I was telling you about that, of course, we can focus only on moves, but then you can get it maybe somewhere, but maybe some insights about the players, about their habits, about how they spend some time. And then when you connect their games, their ratings, their faces with something you already know about them, then it will be more interesting to follow. Same goes with Sandra now. I will immediately follow her games. I know what is she up to, so at least suddenly you're having some more info, and it's more interesting to follow persons you know. Okay, so last moments, G4 is coming, I guess, and F2 and sunset. So David knows that he's lost. Now it's already table-based stuff. No need to input, I think it's just dead lost. Yeah, king will start marching and some resignation. Let's go full screen. They will be very polite. I'm feeling bad for him, but I also
Me too.
feeling great for Daniel,
Of
playing a
course.
fabulous game.
And the tournament, yes?
Yeah. So someone is asking how old is Darda. I think he's like 21 or something, maybe, or maybe 20. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm sure that you will help me.
Yeah, he's 19.
19. Ah,
19,
okay,
yes,
sorry, my
19.
bad. So he's younger, quite successful, being 18 years old, winning a bronze medal. Okay, what is he securing with this win? So, can you tell us the standings? So, before the
course.
last round, so that was the case.
Just a second. Okay, before.
So, Injic will be on 8.5, right?
Right.
Darda 7.5, and then group of people with 7. Group of people with 7, and okay, let's say that in case he loses with some huge efforts of others, so probably he's top like 7 anyway. With draw, he's taking a medal, most likely. Okay, with a win, he's first. I was actually praising Injic yesterday, so I said to guys that you know what, I will do it. I will play for a first place. That's my style, but I understand others as well.
Sometimes this is also nice to see. Although, I mean, Navarra, for sure, he knows that he will lose this game, but he will play a few more moves. And
Yeah, I just want to add to viewers that it's useful to know if the pawn falls on the 3rd rank, that you always win. So guys, you don't need to calculate. So keep this in mind. When you win, opponent's pawn on the 3rd rank always wins. Here, white is needed 9th rank. So now if there is one more file, so he plays king h3, g4, then the opponent comes to g2. If you have one more line, then you come to 9th rank, g9 or g0, and then it's a draw. But if the pawn falls on the 3rd rank, that always wins. Very nice portrait by David. We can maybe check his results in history. He was actually doing well in the last European Blitz Championship. He won first place there, so he's quite successful in Blitz, but also he has some experience of winning nice spots in classical, right?
right.
So he was second in 2015, winning a silver. So he already have this experience being at the podium after the championship has finished. So he knows that he already had one medal, so it's not something that he will suffer a lot. We can catch them maybe when they are entering the playing hall. Fantastic achievement for Darda and Sandra. We have a drama tomorrow.
I'm very happy that I will have opportunity to follow last round tomorrow. Since, we mentioned this few times today, if Darda wins and Darda won a game, he will play on the first board against Alexander Injic. We will see what will happen. Who will have good day tomorrow. I'm sure both of them has a great and huge knowledge of chess. It seems both of them are in great shape here. So yeah, Injic will play as a black probably, yes. Today he played as a white and Darda had opposite color of pieces and yeah.
Yeah, we will have drama tomorrow. Unfortunately, without you, there will be some events. I'm pretty sure that you will get your chance. But for the moment, we know that tomorrow Lena will join us.
Yes.
So final moments from your part today, Sandra. I don't know, maybe I will be like already boring for people, but you did a great job. So once again,
Thank you
congratulations.
one more time.
Yeah, and it's I think cool that you also maybe learning more about players now because you're a little bit more focused to learn
For
something.
sure.
And okay, you are not commentating women championship, so if that was a women championship, then some more infos would be shared, I guess, from your
Yes,
side.
for sure. I'm following more. It's more interesting for me, not because of chess, of course. I mean, in open section, as here, chess is on very high level. Although I can say also in women's section, but you know you are a woman, you like to follow who dressed what. There are some different things we like as a woman for sure, not just me. That's why. But if I were commentating on women's, I would also prefer to play there. So this is perfect opportunity for me to be commentator on open section European Championship.
So, welcome back. Daniel Darda is with us. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, I was saying this in studio. Last year you took bronze, so this year you are close to maybe to win a gold. So that means that you're doing quite well during those European individuals.
I agree, yeah.
Yeah, tough game. Maybe you can tell us a little bit more. So in the opening, it looked a bit normal. We can get
Yeah.
the board.
Okay, this is super standard. You
Yeah.
can put some moves maybe. Yeah, I checked this bishop a7 line for today. I don't think I've played this before. Like without castling here, bishop a7. Yeah, sometimes white goes bishop g5 like this. Yeah, the point is usually I go here and it's more flexible when you don't castle because you have some h5 ideas maybe. So this is the reason I played this. Anyway, he played knight a3, which I checked actually. And here I was still kind of in book, but okay. Like here it stopped, but I remembered here this idea knight a7. I don't know if it's correct here, but I remember
yeah,
that.
It's correct. And just says at least that it's
Yeah,
correct.
it's okay, but yeah, the point is basically like you cannot do the normal plan because.
Knight
Yeah, okay,
d6 now.
yeah.
Yeah,
Here
okay.
there's knight take d6. That's why it's a bit annoying this knight. So okay, I played knight a7, take, and c6. Here it looks
I was
very
not
normal.
sure about this g3 when he played, but probably he
G3
didn't
it
know,
was yeah here yeah.
He didn't know
Here.
what to do probably.
Yeah, I don't know because I thought he was doing this with the idea to go c4 here, which is quite typical. And then I don't know if it's correct. I was thinking about taking and doing some rook a5 maneuvers like this.
Actually, you did it in the game, and the computer is praising. I also like it a lot.
Yeah, it's
So-
have to put some use in this pawn that I moved. So that I moved this pawn to a4. But yeah, I don't know how this position is, but he could have gotten something like this. It's like a King's Indian structure. A bit where I have this weakness on d6, but my pieces are very active. Like at some point I'll get a lot of pressure here, and
Also some Philidor style, I don't know.
yeah, exactly, some Philidor. I was not too worried yet, but he played g3, which I found a bit strange during the game because also in many lines when the bishop wants to move away, like there's this target on h3. So yeah, I don't know. Bishop generally doesn't really belong here, I feel, but I played b5 here, gaining space, of course, and here he went for c4. It's like critical because if he doesn't do this, I can go bishop e6. I'm pretty comfortable, but nevertheless, I took here, And here bishop d7. Yeah, around this point I offered a draw actually, because I thought I should be at least fine, like comfortable position with black. But yeah, here he declined. He played rook c1, and here I was very happy to find this move rook a5, with of course tactical point that if he takes.
C5, yeah.
And here I'm very active, and I was pretty sure that I'm at least slightly better here, so I could try to play for a win already. And yeah, queen e2 is of course not the move you want to make, but yeah, I'm very active, and suddenly he has to have a lot of initiative, he has to defend. So he went here, and yeah, queen b6, kind of like asking where the knight wants to go, because if he goes here I can take the pawn. Yeah, he cannot defend this with the rook or the queen because there's too much pressure on e4.
I think you play great. I don't know, from that like last 3 moves, and from now on, I think it was really, really great. And you managed to outplay him.
Okay, so I don't know, because I got this position. Yeah, this like the interesting position because
There was a rook d8 option, I think.
here, right?
Yeah, but
it was
then
very
after
good.
e4
Yeah, because the point is, of course, he cannot take, because if you take, there's
Checkmate,
checkmate. I saw this, but I was not very confident.
And then this queen e5 first.
Quick
I'm not sure what is all
Looks-
about, because...
What do you do?
Oh, rook d5.
No, sorry. Oh, wow, I missed this rook take d5 idea. It's quite nasty.
So he...
If he moves,
It's computer finds some rook c8, rook c3, probably in the end, I don't know.
yeah, I
Takes
don't
a
know.
rook. So it
It's
says
a bunch
that
of random moves,
yeah,
maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Because yeah, I saw only this. Like I saw only this, and then I saw d6, and d7 is coming, and it's definitely not winning here. So, but I chose to play a bit more like.
Also,
a
it
bit
was
less
very
concrete.
practical.
I think so because I have a lot of tricks here, and I thought if
Yeah.
I get this pawn here and a rook to b2 like in the game, it can be nice. But
Yeah.
yeah, here I'm very active, but I didn't see anything. I don't know.
Yeah, but he's also a player who cannot stay put and stay still. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's good to have options because.
I was just trying to not make it too concrete yet, just pose
Yeah.
a lot of annoying questions. I mean, here I played rook b5. I don't know.
Yeah, I think
just
it's
wanted
good.
this
no,
and
I would
this.
say that it's normal. It's
And
good.
at some point take the pawn.
Yeah, I think it was very good.
Okay, he
actually.
cannot take because of rook f5 basically, and then there's a lot of nasty checks. But
Yeah. So yeah, I think everything was played.
yeah, I kept a reasonable advantage. Here it's already not great.
But also King f2 is completely. He wants to move.
Yeah,
away
so
from the
he
X-ray.
made he made the move here. It was move 40. He made it with like a couple of seconds on the clock, like a panic move a bit. So
Yeah, and they also wanted to keep everything. Yeah.
here I had a win
together.
seams, but
Queen
yeah.
c4, rook b2, but g6 is also.
Oh, I missed this completely. Queen c4. I completely forgot because this can be met by here and rook b2. Wow, that's insane. I remember I made. I was calculating only this for some reason, and then I couldn't make this work. I don't know. I was checking some stupid things like this. Like here it's winning, of course, but I couldn't make something. I couldn't make some stuff work. It was here and then some rook e3 and d6. I was very annoyed about this, and then I looked at the clock and I had 2 seconds, so I just made a kind of solid move. And shuffling around a bit with the pieces. Yeah, this was a mistake, I think. I think queen c3 he had to play or something, I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it's correct. To prevent rook b2, because here it's super nasty. And okay, just king g7 is super nice because he doesn't have any moves, and next move can go queen b4 or queen g5 and some annoying threats everywhere. Yeah, he played queen d4, but now I can play concrete because I'm simply winning. He cannot defend the a2 pawn and the e5 pawn. Yeah, he played king d3, which is interesting try because if I take,
g6, yeah,
he has sorry, yeah, he has this.
and queen d8.
Here king d2 for some reason. I couldn't make it work. But here I was very happy that I found this king g8. It forces everything. Because my initial idea was king h7, but then I realized that there's queen c4. And king g8, yeah, just defends the f7 pawn so I can capture on e5. Yeah, he gave a check, and yeah, here it's very forcing, and yeah.
Yeah, and
This
he
just game
also
over,
knew
yeah.
that it's game over. You just need to be precise. Now everyone is screaming to ask about your strategy for the last round. Do you go all in, or we don't know yet?
I'll play Injich, I guess,
Yes,
right?
you play against Chigi, 4 pairings, you're white.
Okay, Okay, I finished my game 10 minutes ago, so I'm not really thinking about the next round yet.
But people are screaming, let's give us some drama. Injic is also entertaining player, so I think
I know
you
he's
both,
very entertaining
that
player.
you both are playing quite interesting chess. And have you played before, maybe?
Yeah, I actually have one game against him. I was dead lost and then it became a draw. Like usual style, some crazy
But he's
stuff.
also swindler. When he's lost, he also
I
knows
know,
how
I know.
to. Yeah, okay. But anyway, I think you will get some supportive messages now on your phone.
Yeah, exactly.
Good luck. And
Thank you.
tomorrow we will have, I think, very interesting game. Okay, guys, let's have a short break.
Right. Chess connects us all, across countries, across borders. For those who travel for the game, staying connected shouldn't be a challenge. Introducing Global Cell, the official telecom provider of the European Chess Union. Connectivity is just a tap away. Simple, fast, and ready wherever you are, wherever the game takes you. Global Cell's eSIM works seamlessly across Europe and beyond. No SIM swaps, no waiting. Global Cell's eSIM is quick to install and reliable every step of the way. Stay connected with players, friends, and family no matter where you are. Share your checkmates instantly with effortless connectivity. From every tournament to each new city. Stay connected as you move and prepare to win. Join the thousands who enjoy true freedom on the go. Sign up today and make Global Cell your next move.
Guys, we are back as our guest. Darda was here and he analyzed a bit of his game. He made a big win and so far huge success. He didn't want to tell us a secret of his strategy tomorrow, so we will continue to wonder what will happen today and which kind of game we will see over the board.
Yeah, exactly. You're completely right, Sandra. Actually, we like to have drama, so I'm quite exciting. Everyone wants to have a last day where all eyes will be on the first board. Of course, it's an individual thing. People might, some players might start to feel unwell, maybe some health issues, and then they won't risk everything. It's up to them. They have their own way. They deserve to pick up their own strategy. But for us viewers and for everyone who likes chess, I think it's great pairings. I would say not like two players who are not in limelight, but anyway, players who would not, maybe people expect that they finish in the last round playing for the first place. They wouldn't be like first choice of many players. There are Fedoseev, Anfore, Šarić, many Punamari, many top level players around, but they deserved fabulous result. I'm so happy for them, but also for all of us. Maybe we can go bird view to the playing hall to see what's left. Few players. So we have a game of Emre Can. They told me that maybe Turkish fans can help me. They told me that he should be pronounced Can, but maybe I'm completely wrong. From my colleagues, Grandmasters, who have told me that. So he's playing against Sanar Sugirov. You see them on our left, while our right is Colars playing with black against Josep Girel, and it seems that Colars is on a route of winning, and I see some players quite far away. That should be board 59, where Pierre Laurent Pauli is playing against Robert Piliposyan. Sandra has conducted a gorgeous interview with our Armenian player, but we haven't enough time to ask about Armenian players, all of them in this event, so I'm not familiar with Robert. But yeah, for sure, all Armenian players are quite strong, right?
Right.
I am always having a huge respect towards them. So what's going on in the game Emre Can against Sugiro? Let's get a board. Queen's endgame. Sugiro is trying. Hang on, the Colars have finished the game, so let's check what has happened. Yes, he has won the game, so we can maybe zoom them. They are discussing. Colors will be now on +4, no, +3. So we can go full screen, bird view, yeah? We see them. Yes. On our right, so they are just concluding the game. I always like to check players' behavior. Is there a small talk around? Is anything in chat now? Maybe people can use some chance to ask you something.
There are not a lot of questions. Great job, Darda. Navarra will be back for another fight. That's right. Someone said that tomorrow's game will be very, very intense and very interesting. So Injic 8 at half points, Darda 8 points. They will play once against each other.
Yeah,
Great
perfect
job,
situation.
Commentators.
Oh,
we
thanks.
got also some compliments, and
we are thankful for that. It's a great situation because player with less points is playing with white in the last round, so he needs to try to overtake the leader. Have you been in similar cases in the last round, for example, at some event that you needed to chase or you needed to secure a draw, and then that psychological game where you don't know how to prepare for the game, which is the perfect
usually at
strategy.
last round draw didn't work for me. So usually I had to win, and it's very hard to play these kind of games when it's win or nothing. I don't remember if, when I was senior championship of Serbia, I played last round against my friend back then and now, Marija Rakic, and draw was fine for me to be first, for her just to share first place, but she was second at the end. But we were roommates, very close friends. I'm her maid of honor, so we made the draw, and I was first. But in all other cases, I had to win, or I was 1 point in front of others, let's say second one, and it was just, whatever you do, it's...
I understand what you're saying. Emre Can has just won the game, so he's on 7 out of 10. I think he's playing great. His performance is strong, and he's probably the best Turkish player in this event regarding position on the table. So he will be 7 out of 10. So the situation is following. Injic is 8.5, Darda 8, then we have a group of 7.5, Cheparinov, Chigayev, Piorun, Svane, Frederick Deak, Yufa, Hovhannisyan, Motilev, Bartel. That's a huge group. Then with 7 points, Kosakowski, Ivic, Muradli, Santos, Forest, Emre Can, Vokaturo, so he's best Turkish player at the moment. So they're sharing 27th place, which it means that players with plus 4, they won't qualify. Some players, for example, now Lupulescu, Bartosz Sochko, Eltai Safari, Nikita Vityugov, Aram Hakobian, Etienne Bacro, Rasmus Svane, Eric Gasparian, they would all, okay, Gasparian is on 20th spot, so they would be below the line. So I think the case for players like Lupulescu, Sochko, Safari, Vityugov, Hakobian, Bacro, Svane, even Gasparian, Kovalov, maybe Vokaturo, they will need to play because they might be overtaken by players who are on half point less but have better tie break like Dochenko, maybe Blockberger, and so on. So I expect that players on a very top, so we have Injic against Darda, so that game is deciding the winner. Then we have Cheparinov, Chigaev, Piorun, Svane, Deak, Yufa. They are probably hoping maybe some of them to win a medal, but basically others are thinking about just qualifying. So, for example, players with weak and tiebreak, for example, Bartel, Motilev, they don't want to maybe lose because they might be overtaken. And it will be interesting situations since some of them really need to risk. What would you do? For example, would you like to leave your destiny, your fate in other hands, only you will try to do it yourself?
From my experience, because of my previous experience, I would not leave destiny in other hands.
Yeah.
If I don't do by my own, I cannot count on other people. It's a matter of luck, but till now it didn't work in my favor.
To explain a bit more, guys, so +5, that should be 8.5, right? No, +5 should be 8. +5, 8. Yeah, +5 should be 8. That's reachable for many players like Chigaev, Piorun, and so on. That means that you're qualifying for sure. +4, which should be 7.5, is reachable for many, but then depends of your Buchholz. Of course, you also trying to get a prize as well. But the point is, you can be white. So I think now it's very important for those players if they will have white pieces. Because if you're having black pieces and your opponent needs a draw to qualify, then it's very tough. Your opponent will come up with some equal line and exchange pieces, and suddenly you need to take a huge risk. Good scenario for people with bad Buchholz if they are playing against each other. So they both have bad Buchholz. I remember those +3 situations. I had one against Smirnov. I was black, 26-50. He was at that time, but he needed to win as well. So we are playing some sharp game, and who wins, of course, is qualified. So I think that's also important about your pairings. First color, then pairings. Are you paired against a player who need to risk? Also, what will happen, people sometimes expect that player who is, in some kind of must-win situation, that he will burn all the bridges. What happens also in like life of chess players, that sometimes you will get some draws. Players have their style where they are not able to risk everything. And they are waiting from opponent to risk, opponent is waiting for them to risk, and suddenly pieces have been exchanged, and the guy said, okay, I won't qualify this time, but I don't want to lose, I'm getting some rating, maybe some money prize. I recall in Dresden, so I lost against Elyanov, and I was so unhappy because I was black in King's Indian. I was putting pressure on him, I surprised him, I was better out of the opening, and that time he was like fantastic player, 27-50, but I misplayed and I lost the first game in tiebreak, then I played second one, and he outplayed me. It was equal, and he offered the draw, which was like a very strange situation because with draw I also am not qualifying. So I declined, and immediately he blunders a pawn. And then I'm pushing, and then we played for like long, and I couldn't do anything, so I lost 1.5. And I'm sitting in the bar. There is, I don't know, Kozhul, some other players, maybe Sokolov was around, and suddenly Bologan comes. And we are sitting, and he said he's going somewhere. And he said, I'm leaving, I pick up my prize. I said, how many points you have? And Victor said he has the same points as me. So I didn't know that the prize you're getting before qualification and that you're playing this tiebreak only for qualification spot. And she said, +4? I said, yes, pick up your prize. So I didn't even know that okay, it was not some big money, but it was still something.
It's a prize.
It
You
was
did
not
something.
bad. It was not bad. Okay, it was like 1,000 or something. So I was I cheered up for a second because he said +4, pick up your prize. Yeah, so guys, we will see what will happen. Tomorrow we are starting 1 p.m. Once again, be with us, subscribe to the YouTube channel, chat with us, and now maybe it's a moment that I give floor to our dear Sandra. Sandra, maybe some final words from you.
I didn't prepare any final words, but as I said, guys, thank you very much for following us, for following this tournament, games, for being here, sending a lot of great comments. Tomorrow, Lena and Aloysia will be here. Don't forget, 1 p.m. Last round will start at 1 p.m. Nothing, that's all. From me, I tried to give my best. I hope you enjoyed following us, and I hope also Aloysia found me as a good company, at least here. So thank you.
Yeah, you were a great company, and once again, just to mention your positive energy and spirit. So I'm quite happy how all it went. Usually, television, broadcast camera, you just learn by doing. So more experience will help. We have Lena around, Dragana, so many nice people who can make broadcasts interesting. Hopefully in future also we will have, I would say, some smoothless technical support. There were some issues around, but yeah, always it can improve. It's quite challenging. It's a quite challenge. It's not easy to make everything working. Hopefully we will follow your games, we will follow your tournaments, and I'm a big fan of your chess now. So good luck with everything you do,
Thank
Sandra.
you.
Guys, that's it for today. Have a nice evening and see us tomorrow.
Bye-bye, guys.
Chess connects us all, across countries, across borders. For those who travel for the game, staying connected shouldn't be a challenge. Introducing Global Cell, the official telecom provider of the European Chess Union. Connectivity is just a tap away. Simple, fast, and ready wherever you are, wherever the game takes you. Global Cell's eSIM works seamlessly across Europe and beyond. No SIM swaps, no waiting. Global Cell's eSIM is quick to install and reliable every step of the way. Stay connected with players, friends, and family no matter where you are. Share your checkmates instantly with effortless connectivity. From every tournament to each new city. Stay connected as you move and prepare to win. Join the thousands who enjoy true freedom on the go. Sign up today and make Global Cell your next move.